Hello, everybody. What's going on? Welcome in. How's it going, Oshik? What have you been up to? Oh, all right. Yo. Oh, what's up, Delirium? How's it going? Playing Voice of the Void right now? Awesome. Yeah, I was thinking about that today, maybe. I really do want to get the dungeons fixed. But if we can get that done, then maybe second half of the stream we do Voice of the Void. Just for fun. Yeah, we'll see. Because I do want to play that again. There's probably been a bunch of updates since I've played, so I might have to, do that. But yeah. Anyways. Yeah, we're gonna be trying to fix right now the problem with the dungeons is the masking stuff kind of completely breaks down in multiplayer, which is obviously a big problem. So I have to figure out a way to get a reference to a room. So that's our goal today. I have a couple ideas on how we're gonna do it. So yeah, we'll have to mess around with that. Let me load up my old branch. It's this one. All right. So we're gonna dive into the code and try and figure it out. All right. Reload. Close all tabs. All right. So here we are. So the problem that's happening, so if we go look at like the door scene. Hey, Tyrone, YouTube, welcome in. This is where we're getting our connection stuff. So we're saying in process, if we don't have connection, then blah, blah, blah. Connection will be equal to get door connection. And as long as it's not null, we say connection.connection is self. And we do have this connection cord variable here, right? I think what I need to do is make this not 0 by default. Because that's kind of like what's screwing it up, I believe. I think we can just do that and then make sure, because I need to know if it's actually been synced or if it's just because, you know, so let's say if connection and connection cord is not equal to null. Okay, so what this should do, it's going to loop through the dungeon rooms. It's going to say if it has dungeon region, set it, blah, blah, blah. So here, this is actually getting in the map. So we say, okay, this is setting our current dungeon room. So this is saying, okay, blah, 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 set it to our parent. And I'm just going to do this one before any of this business. We're going to do this all in ready. Probably. Well, I guess the problem with that is that we don't have map position synced yet. We'll just do this down and, this is what we need to do. Down in our multiplayer synchronizer. So whenever we get a new variable synced over. The only problem is this doesn't happen on the server. So maybe not that one. Whatever. It's fine to keep it in process for now. I don't foresee that causing any issues. Okay, so it's gonna do all that. And let's just also say and map position. So let's give that a default value. Okay, yeah, it's already set to null by default. So that should kind of prevent any weird ones from connecting that doesn't have the necessary information here, right? It should be okay. Because I think sometimes what was happening is like it got the target position or whatever, but map position was nothing. And so when it did this calculation, it just like failed. So anyways, what this is doing now is we have connection coordinate. That's the one we know we need to connect to. It's going to try and get the room. It's going to say, as long as it's not equal to our current map position. Let's just do that instead. So yeah, if room is valid and connection cord is not equal to map position. Let's do that check up on top. So I was just gonna make sure that we're not gonna be connecting to the same room that we are. So hey, Devninia, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, it should be okay. Now down here, we're gonna say if room, set the parent's map position, get our door connection. And this is gonna say, if we found a valid connection, we're going to set connection to this door. And this is just saying return room left, right, whatever. Should be easy. So yeah, let's give it a try. And what I'm going to do again is just inside of the dungeon script, make sure that's still set up where I'm not setting the connection. Yeah. Okay. Not much, but tired. It's nearly 12 a.m. here. Yeah. What about you? I'm doing fine. I am working on fixing this issue with the dungeons right now. Basically, I added this new, it's like masking. So I'll talk about this in a second. Where like, so we have a dungeon room, right? Now what I'm doing is I'm just overlaying a big square on top of the room to just be like, boom, now you can't see it, right? Because like on multiplayer or just anything, you can see guys and other things happening in the dungeon, so it's kind of like odd that you can see the other rooms. So this completely blocks the room from being visible. The only issue is that it's still it's funny on multiplayer, the doors that you go in, like if you have a door over here, it doesn't have a reference on multiplayer to the room. It's complicated, but that's what we're working on. Am I cold? Yeah, I still have kind of a cough hanging on. It's a little annoying, but otherwise everything else is fine. So yeah, I think it's definitely getting better. It's dissipating, but it's still there. But I'm sure it'll go away. Let's build a star launcher. Let's go to Celadus. Okay, so here we are. No crashes or anything. I just want to see if everything works. Let's go through here. Okay. So just immediate problems. Awesome. So somehow that room down there connected to this room, which doesn't really make any sense. I can go ahead and look at these nodes here, right? Here, that's on the player. I need to move over. Okay, so this is the room here. I've clicked on it. Now I think in remote tree it's gonna die, but whatever. So that's saying room start? So is that the start room? What's the coordinate of this room? This is the start room. So this is actually the starting room. I think what's happening here is that the connection was valid, right? Because it made this room go visible, but for some reason my teleport position is invalid. And I think that's what happened here. So it's very interesting. So let's go look back at the room script. Clearly there's something going on here. Or not the room script, the door script. So it's odd, because I should be setting right here, set TP position. So what will that do? It'll say TP position is connection dot global position. Okay. So that's odd. Let's just print out what that is whenever it's created. Should be okay. We can go see where TP position is managed. So that's whenever we enter in here. It's that, just return. Okay, teleport finished. So this is gonna say body.global position is global position plus offset plus player offset. Huh. Oh, and up here we have TP position. So what is offset? Okay, offset will be defined by the door. So... okay, that's only if you use zip lines. Otherwise, down here, we just say body global position is position. Right. Okay. Should be okay. So that'll set our position to this, which is going to be teleport position plus offset plus dir times 24. Don't know why that would be wrong. TP position. It's because it's getting set right here. Yeah, I mean, why would it be set to itself? That just seems odd. I don't know. If connection. I'm gonna set TP position. I don't know, very confusing. I mean, I don't know why this is deferred, honestly. So let's just make it not deferred. Let's just try it again, I guess. Whenever I'm gonna reload the dungeon, I'm gonna pay a lot of attention to my coordinates. Do I have any experience in web dev? I have done a bit of web dev. It's mostly just been in a more humorous capacity. But yeah, I took some classes and stuff in university that was specifically for web development. This is my epic website, chipplace.com, guys. It's a little silly. Got Earth. All my planets. Like this funny we got this one. We got Sisyphus. I'm gonna mute the site. But you just can't quite get the boulder up. What else do I have on here? I have the, I think it's this one. It's Neptune. Yeah, this is the fishing one. Not fishing, but the aquarium simulator. Still one of the best websites I've ever seen. Yo, thank you. Yeah, it's fun. I do love web development stuff. It's neat. Just learning about, like, all of the websites I've done has always been with just, like, kind of raw CSS, HTML, and JavaScript. I haven't really used any, like, advanced or modern libraries. But I don't know, it's been fun though, because it really teaches you a lot about how websites work. So yeah, I don't know if it's definitely, if you're trying to create like a serious commercial website, I would not do that. I would not use raw HTML and CSS, but you know, it's not bad though. It is kind of fun. But yeah, this is, I just have a JavaScript thing. The only other library I use, I think, is jQuery, but that's a pretty old library, so it's kind of not. It doesn't add that much more functionality on top of just base JavaScript. What's my opinion on which part is more hard, like front end or back end? Honestly, I think it's really easy creating a website that's just pure front end, because that's what this website is. There's no back end to this, right? Literally, you're just you're just reading a file, right? You go to the website, and the website is technically just a file that you're looking at, right? That's the way I always think about it. There's no connection that you have to do with any servers, and it's just much more simple. Front end is definitely fun. I enjoy it more, of course, than back end, because it's like you get to, you know, make things look cool and do stupid garbage like this. I mean, of course, in industry, you're never going to create a website like this, obviously, but I do think front end, to me, is more fun. I mean, back end is not too bad once the infrastructure is set up. The thing with front end is you do have to, like, yeah, right, front end does get a lot harder. Back end, I think, has, like, you hit, like, a cap. As long as the thing you are doing on the back end isn't extremely complicated, then it's probably easier. Yeah, like, yeah, web's front end has basically, there's no cap to how complicated or advanced you can go with it. Back end is basically just infrastructure to communicate with front end. And maybe you might have to calculate a few things or store some passwords or whatever, you know, database, but that's pretty much it as far as back-end stuff goes, right? So yeah, I would probably say front end is probably harder, but it depends on the kind of website you're making. If it's something, just a little tool, or like just a stupid personal website, you don't need a back end at all. So, you know, in that case, the front end becomes pretty easy, in my opinion. You sure GitHub so I can follow Legend Programmer? yeah, sure, I can, I don't have a ton of repositories on my GitHub. But I would like to throw some more on here. I've got a lot of game jams and stuff I've done, so I might, put all those up on here sometime. I could also put my website up on there, too, just for fun. I mean, there's nothing in here that I need to keep secret, so... Yeah, here, I can send this link in chat. Yeah, I'll try and add some more repositories. I've got a lot of game jams that I could probably open source and put up. Same with the website and stuff. Yeah, it's something I've been thinking about doing for a while, so... But yeah, web development's fun. I don't know if I'd want to do it as like a job necessarily, but I think, you know, making personal websites is really cool. I could totally see like making some kind of little tool or something, you know, as a website, because it's always so convenient. You know, like one that I can think of is like Sprite Sheet Packer. This is a website that I use all the time, this thing. And it's just so simple, you know, but so useful. You know, there's no like servers. It's just pure client-side tool. All you do is just put your images in, it packs it into a sprite sheet. That's literally it. But it's just so good. It's so useful. I would love to do stuff like this. Like if I have a little tool I've created for something, I think just turning it into a little website tool would be kind of cool. So I don't know. It's something I'm thinking about. I'm actually in front end Next.js. Yeah, Next.js. I've heard about that. React and stuff. I haven't really interacted with this very much, but seems like it's, if I were to make like a serious website, that's probably what I would use. I've heard good things about it, so. But yeah, it seems pretty powerful. I think really it's modern APIs and stuff like this, just it aids the process. It does a lot of things for you, so, which is always great, right? Yeah, and I'm sure like really simplifies the process between like connecting front end and back end and stuff like that. And yeah. Yeah, I bet it's pretty nice to use. I do need to dive into more modern web APIs and actually experiment with them, you know, and learn them. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I think there's also, what is it called? Tailwind or something is one. It's like, yeah, what does this do? I've heard about this too. I think it could be pretty interesting. I don't know exactly. So I think it just allows you to do, you can just like inject CSS into your HTML. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard about this one too. Had a friend in university that like sworn by Next.js and Tailwind, and it's probably a good combo. Yeah, it just seems like it just makes it a lot easier to do your CSS, which is nice, because sometimes it does get very complicated doing actual CSS files. So yeah, there's some really cool things that you can do though, 3D transforms and stuff, and I don't know, definitely neat. So it looks like it's just you put the things in that you want and it automatically generates a CSS file for you, which is super cool. I could definitely see how that would save a lot of time, because there's no more like confusion about like, I don't know where to put the text, or you know, like, I don't know. Sometimes with CSS it's really annoying to have to like change specific elements and stuff, but this I think kind of alleviates that, because you can just be like, okay, this thing has this, and now it automatically generates it over here in the CSS file, right? So yeah, it seems cool. I would love to make a new website that uses these things, Next.js and Tailwind. I don't know if I'd necessarily need the back-end stuff for Next.js. I kind of don't want to do any back-end, because I don't want to pay for servers, but yeah. Yeah, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Tailwind, JS, TypeScript, Next.js, and Motion. What is Motion? Motion. Is that the Next.js thing? Yeah. Yeah, I assumed it was some kind of animation library. That's cool, though. Yeah, spring physics and stuff. That's crazy. Yeah, there's so many... It's insane how many different libraries and APIs and stuff there are for website development now. There's so many. Excuse me. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I also would love to try this out too. It would be super cool to be able to make good-looking animations and stuff on websites as well. This is funny though. I don't know why this is it's in my... I don't know what's going on with that text, why it's overlapping like that. Oh well. Yeah, very cool stuff. I'll probably do some research into different APIs and stuff one day and think of an idea for a new website, because I think it would just be a fun project. Let's see what this door does. Okay, I didn't pay enough attention to my coordinates. Okay, so I definitely did go into the next room, but it just didn't teleport me there. Right, because I was here, it teleported me to this room, I think. Here, what's going on? Okay, I'm gonna pay more attention to my coordinates because I forgot. Okay, so we are at, like, right before we go in, we're at, like, minus 200. So I go in. I'm not actually getting teleported. I'm just now at minus 290. So I don't know what's going on. Like, it looks like the connection is set up properly, but it's just the teleport position is not working. I don't know if it's because of my game mode or because I'm in God mode. I'll disable both of those just to make sure. And then let's try and go down. Okay, so this is broken because this door doesn't work. So that's bad. Let's go to the one on the right. So I just don't go anywhere. You can see I just get teleported outside of the room. So something is obviously very wrong with my teleportation stuff. And I'm not sure what. It shows that, like, I did enter the other room, so it's, like, almost working, but it's just very odd. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm getting connection.global position. I'm gonna print what that is. I thought I was down here. Let's just, or yeah, I was in here. But it's too hard to tell which one I'm actually interacting with. Let's go down into, on this one, and I'm just gonna print, TP position, because I need to see what's happening. Let's go back. Front end, there's logic to make website. Like, if website is landing page, we use animation. If it's like Netflix or streaming, so we do not use animation. If we use it, then it is minimal. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you mean just like if there's... Okay. Like dynamically changing the animations depending on like what people have open on their computer? Is that kind of what you're talking about for like performance reasons? Okay, let's see what this prints out. So it should be like minus a bunch more. Yeah, why is it set to minus 240? So it's just the teleport position is just completely wrong. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. Let's also print connection.global position. Maybe it's just not updating in time. It's the only thing I could think of. We might have to delay when we actually calculate our teleportation stuff. I don't know. I don't know, I got out of everything, but whatever. So let's see what this does. Okay, you can see the obvious difference between these two. It's minus 240, and then for some reason this one's the proper value, minus 624. So basically the problem happening is that for some reason whenever we get teleport position, it is not actually getting the real teleport position, right? So that's kind of a problem. Trying to figure out what we can do about that. Because it gets it right here. It's a set TP position. TP position will be equal to connection.global position. You'd think it would make sense, but I guess not. So I bet if I went down here and changed it, if I go to process here, not process, here, instead of I just recalculate. I say TP position is equal to connection.global position. That'll probably fix our problems. I don't know why it must be like it's taking too long, or like, I think what's happening is that every room will start at the same position, right? So every room's gonna spawn here in the center, and then they'll snap to their proper position. So like this one also spawns here, then it's like, oh, I should be over here, right? It might be, Godot might be taking one frame to do that transform update, right? And so that might be the problem here. I wonder if there's a way to force update a transform. I think there is, actually. So maybe that's something we can take a look at. But I bet this will fix the teleportation now. Yeah. So really the issue is just that... Let me go God mode, game mode creative. Oh, it's not happy. Okay. Oh yeah, I actually collided with a door, technically. That's, yeah. No, that's fine. Okay, so... Oh, right. I'm gonna have to kill everybody in here. Here, let me go get a sword set up. Dragon Slayer and give Schrommel 2. Okay. Let's go back into the dungeon. Now I can clear out the dungeon pretty easy. Okay, so I teleport. Let's kill everybody. Make sure I teleport back to the proper position, which I should. Yeah. So the teleportation is working now that the position is actually updated to be proper, right? Now if I go to the left, looks good. If I go up, looks good. I can go to the exit room. So it's all working. It's just for some reason there's like an initial period where the transform isn't updated. And that's really our problem. So let's go ahead and go back into the door script. And before we set this info up here and set TP position, I think I'm gonna say connection dot, what is it called? It's like node2d dot transform update. There's some kind of function in here. I remember we used it. It's not global translate. Apply scale. I'm trying to think of what we used that for. It was on the camera. I don't know if that's something we can do on these nodes, but maybe it might have been in here. So get is print tree, set physics interpolation, update configuration, domain inherited. What is this? Huh. I don't think it's in here. It's not apply scale. It's not global translate. I don't know. That's probably why I had this set as call deferred, because I had to wait a frame for the node to update, right? But I don't think it's long enough. So maybe if we just wait a whole process frame and then we say set TP position, that would be enough. So we're gonna try it out, and then back down in here, we're gonna get rid of this chunk of code. And let's see if this is enough to properly do it. Nope, it's still doing the wrong teleport position. So that is not enough. Is it that we're just not awaiting long enough? Do we need to await, let's see, up in process. Physics frame? Would that do it? Let's try it. No, not even that does it, which is very odd. Like, I mean, a physics frame is pretty long, right? So why wouldn't that be working? Connection itself. I mean, if we have a way to get the connection on server and client, we don't need this set TP position function anymore, right? But it is like, I wonder why it just takes so long to update, though. I mean, there's a way I could calculate its actual position based off of its local position to its parent and its map position, right? We could say function get global position. And this will return a vector 2. So all this would do, all we need to do, is just say... we can say map position. Okay, well, first off, let's just say position. Let's get the room position. So that's going to be whatever map position is. Times 16. And then we're going to say var region is equal to global dot or mod API. Get region from ID. Dungeon region, right? That's gonna be get parent dot dungeon region. So we're gonna say that times 16 plus region dot location. So we can say that plus position of this door. And that should return, that should do it. Oh, this is a native function. Just call it that. But now we don't need to do any of this stuff, and we just say, or we can do set TP position is equal to get accurate global position of our connection, right? So connection dot get accurate global position. And also now what we say is connection dot TP position is equal to global position of ourself. And I think this is going to work, but I don't know. So let's give it a try, see what happens. So if we go up, it worked. It's a little scary. Because if this function ever doesn't work, then that's it. We're screwed. And the game gets soft locked, right? So that's kind of the only problem here. I need to test it a lot. I mean, that seems okay. We teleport in here. We get the proper teleport position. I'm trying to think if there's any time where this would fail. But I think it's fine. As long as the map position has synced properly, it should be okay. What we need to do is test the system with multiplayer and see if the... I mean, since it's in the process event, I don't think it'll be a problem. Also, that just became visible somehow. Oh, it's because some slimes went into it. That's kind of funny, actually. That masking should only change if it was a player that went in, not an entity. So we need to do that. Let's fix that really quick. So down here where it does the masking. Yeah, get parent change mask true. We're gonna say only do that if body is player. And only do that one if also is player. And let's stop checking if connection on this, I think, because like I only really want this to work if connection, if we have a valid connection. So if connection, or if not connection, return. So there's no need anymore to say if connection, because it's not going to work unless there is one. Okay. Should be good there. Now, what just happened there? See, this is what I was worried about. I teleport here fine, but then I go back, and I'm in nowhere. I don't know where I teleported. So these are the problems that I foresaw. Kill these guys. Do I go back down? Nope, I'm going down here for some reason. Now, it could just be a weird thing. Let's reload into the game. But if we see that continuing to happen, then we might have problems here. So let's go over here. Looks like we're okay. Dang it, he didn't die. Not true. Oh, he's gonna leave. No! Oh my god. Okay. So if I go to the left, okay, we go here, go up. I went up to the Tree of Wisdom, down. I'm just testing every single room to see if there's any problems. It could just be a weird, funny, like, you know, sometimes if you change a variable while you're inside of the game, and the game's, like, it breaks references to variables and stuff. It's a little weird. Nope, it still happened. So where am I going, though? What are my coordinates? It looks like it's teleporting me back to 0, 0. Or at least close to it. It looks like it teleported me to the right door of 0, 0 for some reason, which is extremely odd. That shouldn't be happening. So what that probably means is that the reason it's doing that is because map position is not proper. Right there, it's probably 0. Though I'm checking if it's not null, so I don't know why it would be getting set to 0. It's a little odd. Because in here, this is where I do it. Excuse me. Well, down here, right, in my doors, I say door.map position is room node.map position. So it should be setting the door map positions to the proper position. But for some reason it was set to 0. So that's a little odd. I'm gonna check if it's not null. On ready it should be... Let's get rid of that now. Yeah, there's no need to have it like that. let's print what map position is, because I just want to make sure that it's like we don't have one that's null for some reason. Let's see. You can see a bunch of these are still 0 for some reason, which is so odd. I don't know why they're 0, because they should have valid map positions, right? So that's I guess that's the real issue that we have to fix, is somehow our map position calculations are not calculating properly. Is this the problem here? Because no, doors room node get door direction. So I'm saying door.map position is a room node.map position. And room mode is just going to be, room node is a dungeon room. It's going to be in our rooms room.node. This is where we set it here. So we say rooms node is equal to room node. So this is where we set it equal here. We say room node. So if room, okay, so this is looping through coordinates. So if it's at 0, we just say check. Otherwise, we're gonna choose a room. If it doesn't have it, then we say room node check room. So check room will do a couple things here. What it does is it instantiates the room. It sets up all the doors. And then it'll say room node.map position is room, which is basically its position ID or whatever, right? So now we're gonna say rooms room node is room node. Rooms room doors is doors. And we're setting global position here too. So we're saying room times 16 times 50 plus the position of the dungeon. We set the region, the level. So I don't know, it's just very confusing because it should have a proper map position reference here, right? Doesn't make any sense. And this should not be any different from what it is in the room, because down in here where we're setting up the doors, wherever it was, here we're setting it to the exact same map position as our parent node. We could set it to room, I think, in this case. I think rooms is a dictionary where each, I'll specify in here, of map position keys, right? That's what it is. So let's try that. Maybe it's just for some reason setting a variable like that doesn't work. It would be odd, but I don't know anymore. It still has a bunch set to 0, and I don't know why. Odd. Maybe it's just that those ones aren't being used, and so they don't actually get their position set, right? Maybe that's what's going on here. It would make sense. Oh. So we say doors that. Okay. Map position. Is it wrong? Is there something wrong with my TP position code? Or my get accurate goal position thing? Because we're going to be calling that on whatever... So we say map position, that would be the map position of the connection, right? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we just want to say connection cord. But the problem is I need to know the position of the door, so it doesn't work. So, hey, Johnny the Carrot, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, this is a little frustrating. Get accurate global position. Is it because of this? We're setting the TP position of that to our own global position. But the problem is that our global position here hasn't updated yet. That's probably what it is. So instead, I think we need to say get accurate global position here as the return position for the connection, right? Let's give that a try and see if that fixes the issue, because I think it is always on the return door that the problem happens, so maybe that'll fix it. What was the above about web dev? Yeah, we're just talking about web dev stuff in general, like kind of newer APIs and stuff, and just talking about motion. There's like an animation library. Tailwind is for doing like CSS straight in your HTML, which is really cool. Stuff like that. Just chatting about web dev stuff, yeah. We were going over just talking about Next.js too. Next.js is neat. I haven't ever messed with it, but I would like to. Framer motion? Oh, I don't know. I'm not like super familiar with a bunch of web dev stuff. Oh yeah, Framer. That's what you mean. I think Framer, I don't know if it's made by Framer or what. I have no idea. It might be made by Framer. Framer is their partner, I guess, so maybe. Yeah. Really dislike Tailwind, not gonna lie. Makes your code a bloody mess, yeah. Interesting. So what is it? Illness by itself. Class names longer than full qualified Java class names. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I haven't ever used Tailwind. I've just heard about it. But I could see, though, how it could probably get pretty crazy if you have a lot of CSS in here. Yeah. I don't know. Something I think I would have to like actually use to tell, you know, if it becomes a mess or not. But yeah. It was really originally developed by Framer, but has become independent. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, seems neat though. Really, the only web development stuff I've actually like messed with is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's it. So, I don't know. Yeah, I was just talking about like how it would be neat to try those things out. Shoot, this is still not teleporting properly. But yeah. It gets hideous. You avoid writing lots of CSS by flooding your class names instead. Would you actually achieve at that point? Yeah, that's totally fair. I could see that. Man, this is so frustrating. I'm trying to figure out this teleportation stuff right now. It's been nothing but problems. Should be returning map position of that door times 16, which is correct, plus the region location plus the position of the door. So you'd think it would work. It doesn't seem to. I don't know, this is frustrating. So, what I'm trying to do is, when you're in the dungeon, there's like these... You go through these doors and you teleport to the next room over. But it keeps not setting your teleport position properly. It's extremely frustrating. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, but it's proven to be quite difficult, unfortunately. Connection TP position will be our teleport position. I don't know. Yeah, it's been rough. Yeah, it's just basically like telling the player, where do I actually need to teleport to, right, when I enter this door, and trying to calculate that. Yeah, that's how it works. There's multiple reasons I actually have the rooms take up physical space. The first big main reason is that the game is multiplayer. So if I want to have things being processed on the server, like physics and all that stuff, I have to have that actually take up a space somewhere on the server, right? It's just kind of how you have to do multiplayer stuff in Godot. If this was single player, I would definitely change the way I do it, where I would just like swap out the room I'm in with a different scene. It would be so much easier, but it just doesn't work that way with multiplayer. So that's why I'm doing it this way. It's obviously not my preferred method, but it's the only way I could think it would work. I mean, unless I did some incredibly complicated, like, physics masking and stuff, and sound masking, it would have to be crazy. It would just get so complicated, it's not even worth it. I should make the physics seem relative to scene contains it. I don't think that's something you can really do with how physics works in Godot. I mean, technically you can if you did like a bunch of masking and you change the physics shapes constantly, but I think that would introduce so many problems into so many parts of the project, it just wouldn't even be worth it at that point. Because eventually you're gonna run into a time where you forget to set the masking stuff up properly and now everything breaks. And with how many different rooms and different entities and objects get spawned in each room, I think it would get so complicated. Also, it gets very strange and odd, like if you have a player teleport to another player, like now all of a sudden you have to sync all of that information about the room that player is in to the other player. It gets so complicated. I do think it's way better just to have everything actually be a physical place somewhere. Yeah. So rule with how rooms are placed location-wise? Yeah, so every room, the way that the world in Starground is set up is that we have what's centered around 0, is your, like, automation zone, right? This is Viridian. This is the planet you start on. So when you go into a dungeon, you're basically teleported over here. And this is like the starting point of the dungeon, right? This is where all the rooms stem from. So it always starts with the initial room, and this is like the starting room. It'll be at minus 20,000, 0. Right? Basically, everything is offset by the location of the dungeon. In each room, it's all a grid, right? So each room has a position assigned to itself. Where this room is like, okay, I am map position 0. And this room over here to the right of it would be assigned map position 10. You know, pretty straightforward stuff. This is minus 10. Blah, blah, blah. You get the pattern. 0, minus 1. Basically, it's just a vector of its direction relative to the starting room. It's a coordinate, right? That's all it is. So you'd think it would be easy to just say, okay, well, get my position and just over here and teleport here, right? But it's, the problem is that each room has, so they're not all constant in size. That's something that does complicate this a little bit, because you could have a room that's like this big, and then another room over here that's like this big. And so the offset of where your doors are relative to the centers can change. So like here your doors are here, but then here your doors are farther apart. So it's not like I can just say translate X over. I have to actually know where the receiving door is to properly position the player. Something that is constant though that does help is that each room will always be a set distance apart. So every room is 50 tiles away from each other like this, right? And the thing is that's consistent regardless of the room size. So you can have a room that's larger than the others like this, but the central coordinate of that room will still be on the grid, right? So you always know where the center point of these rooms are, but where the positions of the doors are can change because there's different like shapes. There's some rooms that are like this, and the problem there is that the door is not just in the center, it's over here off to the side like that, right? So this is how the door layout would be. So there's things like that that are kind of a little tricky. We made it like a graph. Imagine rooms are nodes, doors are connections to other doors. That's exactly how I do it, but the problem is multiplayer, as per usual. Multiplayer makes everything stupid and bad. This system was already working great. All I do is when I generate the dungeon, I say door connection is the neighbor door, and that's literally all I have to do, and it works. But the problem is that on multiplayer, you cannot sync references here like this, right? You can't send a node reference to a client, and so that kind of breaks everything. And that's really what I'm doing right now, is just trying to get it working on multiplayer as a client, right? This is what's been so frustrating. So the info I can send over is map position. You know, that's the position, the room position that the door is in. Right, so I do that. I can also send over the connection coordinate. So what is the coordinate that that door should be connecting to, right, room-wise? So what I have set up right now is whenever a room is first created, it's going to add it to a big list of room coordinates. Which is wherever it is. I don't know. Somewhere in here. Oh, that's the wrong script. Yeah, up here, I think it should say, or actually it's down in here. It's going to say, okay, add the room to the list of rooms. You can't store reference. Makes sense. There's graph sync between clients. So the other problem is that graphs, there's also a packet limit, which again complicates things because I can't just send one big massive packet. I could split up the packet, but I don't really need to do that because there is a node called the synchronizer node, so I can just send that one chunk of data over with a scene. So we have like a door scene, for example, in here. This is the door scene, multiplayer synchronizer. I'm syncing these variables anyways, so map position, connection coordinate, blah, blah, blah. So I already have that information. So I'm able to recreate that same list of things, right? So that's exactly what I'm doing here. I have the dungeon region, the level, and the coordinate, and I have a big list of all the different rooms, right? So, but yeah. Use some other data point to find the relevant node and edge. I mean, you would think. Did I miss the ranting about CSS? Oh man. Yeah, we were just talking about some just different web API stuff. I was talking about how like I've done lots of I've messed with just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but I haven't really like interacted with some of these newer APIs and stuff. So I was just talking about this of like, I would like to learn Next.js a little bit. There's also like Motion. This is an animation library and stuff. I think it would be neat to make like an actual cool modern website someday, just to try it out, you know? because I just haven't ever interacted with this stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, and CSS, CSS is what it is. Tailwind, apparently, like, I don't know. It's hard to say if this would actually be good or not. Basically, Tailwind lets you put CSS into your HTML, but like a lot of people were saying, and I kind of agree, it would probably start to make your HTML get very messy, so I don't know. And I imagine the CSS files it generates are probably not super human readable either, so yeah, hard to say. I don't know if Tailwind is actually worth it, but... the room's generated. If you have it seed-based, you could just send the seed to each client. I mean, it's already being constructed for each client with the multiplayer spawner, so everybody has an accurate recreation of the dungeon layout already. It's just weird Godot stuff, and that's really my problem right now. Is like, I'll go over what the real issue is. But what is CSS? It stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Basically, what it does is it's just code that tells your website what to look like. So you can specify like the colors of your website and different like spacing and, you know. Otherwise, it's just gonna look like raw HTML, like universal paper clips. This has like no CSS once you load in. Right, it's just like, I mean, it has some CSS up here, but just like raw buttons and text. CSS is what makes things actually look nice. So, but yeah. Gotta say, I really love getting my hands dirty with Vanilla.js. It is kind of really fun. I think it's kind of neat. It's very rewarding to do something in JavaScript because it's so like raw. I don't know, it's cool. That's why I've really enjoyed making my website, because it's just like straight up, I'm just messing with JavaScript, CSS, and HTML. That's it. I don't use any like modern APIs or anything, so I don't know, it's kind of cool. I made something really cool with Motion. Actually, if you want to see it, yeah, sure, you're welcome to link something in here. Tail uses old utility classes, so it doesn't necessarily create CSS. Shoot. Everybody's gonna get pinged again. It's probably too late. We'll see. Alright, are we back, gamers? And we have an ad, of course. This is what happens when the stream disconnects. I don't know why that happens, but sometimes the stream just kind of randomly disconnects on OBS. I really don't know why it happens. It's kind of frustrating because every time it does that, it like resets all the stuff. It creates a new VOD on Twitch and everything. It's just like, come on. I don't know if it's my computer, or OBS, or Restream servers. I have no idea what causes that, but it's always frustrating. Anyways. Well, we should be good to go. Sorry about that. Now I gotta wait for an ad again, because whenever the stream disconnects, Twitch immediately is like, okay, ad time, because the stream restarted. So it's like, oh my god. Anyways. Yeah, paperclips, yeah, dude. I'll wait for the ad to be over before we start talking about more stuff. It's annoying though. Compile time is not a valid concern of Tailwind, especially if you like tree shaking protection builds. Been the classic way for a long time. Revisiting old projects is tough, yeah. Can't wait for the ad. Come on, ad. I'll read through everything once the ad is over. I don't want to exclude everybody from the conversation. As long as Twitch is telling me the truth about where the ad is, or when the ad is, we'll see. Why is this not working? The only thing I can think of is that in here it's just probably not... doesn't have a proper map position. It's the only thing I could think of. Could try it. Come on, Ed. Almost there. And... okay. Ads are over. Very sorry about that, everybody. The timing has been absolutely terrible. So, anyways, let me go over everything, all the messages now. Yeah, paper clips, dude, it's epic. I'm helping build a browser engine, currently finishing up a PR to add a single CSS property, 1K line code change. That's insane. Yeah. I made an incremental game last month in JS. Oh, let's go. And I don't know if I saw that one. I did have to dip out, unfortunately, on the Dobbs Direct on Sunday, but I'll definitely I need to rewatch the VOD if it was on there. I have no idea. All right. Anyways, yeah. Again, sorry guys about the stream dying. Very unfortunate. Tailwind is a standard that anyone coming to your project can interpret. The new Tailwind, which is common now, versus knowing or needing to research each and every custom class style. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like it could be interesting. I think, like, at least for me, just for my own personal stupid stuff, I think I just need to try it, you know? That's really what, you kind of can't really have a valid opinion unless you've actually used it. So I'll have to experiment with it. So there's a project for client. The focus is the drop down and all the free selector animations. Lastly, engaged mobile mode and dev tool and open hamburger menu. Cool. Yeah, let's take a look at that. All right, here we go. So you're saying there's drop downs? Let's see where are those at. Oh, thank you for the posture check. It's work in progress. No, it looks cool though. I do like the background stuff you got going on. How do people like do that? Is that just literally just kind of grabbing the colors on the site and then... oh, no drop down desktop? Oh, okay, yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, this is pretty sick. The only thing that I would say here is it's a little weird hovering over the 3 dots, how it doesn't highlight like the other links. Just something to probably add, because it would make it feel more like you're actually hovering over it. Yeah, it's looking good. Yeah, I do wonder how, I've seen this background blur thing a lot. I mean, this one's different. I don't know. It's cool, though. I do like how that looks. Polishing pass is necessary, yeah. No, this is sick, though, yeah. This is the kind of the thing I would think would be really cool to do, is, like, make, just a modern website like this, right? I don't know. I don't know what it would be for or anything necessarily, but it would just be fun to use the tools and stuff and try it, right? That's really what I want to do. Sorry, let me read through this. Trailer did not explain it as an incremental at all. It's the sort of game that doesn't look fun from gameplay, much like paper clips. Ah, yeah, for sure. I get it. Hey, Paul V on YouTube, welcome in. How's it going? What's going on? Not every web solution uses components. even, and in that case, you either use CSS as CSS. Yeah. The momentum is the best part, though. Oh, okay. I could try it on my phone. I don't know if you know how to engage mobile mode. I mean, if it's just like this. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah, that's sick. So that's using motion. Yeah, it's little stuff like that that really makes websites feel cool and epic. Yeah, that's sick. Love web dev initially, then I got burnt out from it. Now, thanks to AI, I love it again. Yeah, that's fair. That's cool though, yeah, I like that. Still just trying to figure out this stupid teleportation stuff. So here's the problem here, is that when we go through this door, wrong position. You can see my coordinates are not correct. So whenever we teleport, I'm gonna go ahead and just print out everything. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know that it's just that the teleport position is not proper, but we'll see. So we're gonna print teleport position, and then we're gonna print connection.global position. And I just want to see what is the difference between the two, because there's probably going to be a stark difference between the two. So let's go back into the dungeon. So I go in, and you can see the difference is all messed up. But I just don't know why it's so wrong. It's a little odd. So it's just that this is not calculating position properly, and the only way I could see that happening... So let's go into process here. So this is going to get connection. It's going to set it to get accurate global position. Let's calculate this. Var chord is that. And I just want to return chord, and I want to print it before we send it over. So this is going to get the dungeon region. It's going to say map position times 16. So it might be that map position on my neighbor is not updated, right? And that might be the problem here, is that we need target map position as a variable, and we put that in there. And now we can specify here map position, because I should have my own, and I should have target map position. So there's really no excuse for this not working, or whatever, connection chord. This should work. Let's see if that fixes it. Come on. I don't know why it doesn't work. It's just so... It's doing something. Oh no. Somehow going left on this door is teleporting me to this room over here, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this has been extremely frustrating to deal with, guys. I just don't know why it's all broken. Stop crashing, game. Anyways, as for that background blur, I have a seated random thing going on for the infinite scroller. Okay. Blur is a grayscale opacity mask, which I applied to solid color divs. Change color in CSS, not in an image. Okay, that's neat. Remember that one time I had to rush to put out a statement for a company I worked at? There's a bug in one of the browsers, and by the time I fixed it, the press already had that one on their articles, so yeah. Yeah, bugs suck. I know exactly how you mean, because there's been times with the game on Steam, right, where there's like a bug that somebody has with multiplayer, and I'm like, I've literally already fixed this, but it's just too late. Like, once somebody puts a review on Steam, very few people ever change their review, if it's negative. Or like this stuff, like I've literally I fixed this practically instantly. As you can see, my response time was the same day. And I'm like, this is fixed as of this update. And it's so frustrating. Yeah. Because also, like, the damage is already done. Like, the negative review is here and people have already seen it. So even if I do fix it, it's like, yeah, it's frustrating now. I don't know. I guess really the only thing you can do about that is just be good about changing your own reviews yourself, right? Be the positive change that you want to see or whatever. I always try and do that. I haven't really left very many negative reviews, but I always try and go back and try old games, you know, and make sure that I still believe in my same opinions, you know, because it's just not fair to developers to drop a nasty review and not give them, you know, any chance of redeeming themselves. It's frustrating. I mean, it's obviously not like I don't expect people to, you know, change reviews and stuff, but you know, it's just annoying. But yeah, I still don't know why this doesn't work, guys. It's very frustrating. The reason why it's so frustrating is because it's such like an obvious, like, it seems like it should be so obvious on how to fix this. Like, on paper, it seems like a baby problem. Where it's like, okay, you have all the coordinates and everything. Just calculate the position and you're done. Like, right? But it just isn't working. And I don't know. Game command. Game command I don't think works on YouTube. Here, I can go on to the YouTube chat and just isn't working. Let me get the command text here. It just isn't inside of here. Game command. Here you go. I am the bot. Yeah. All right. What else can I do to fix this? Now it also seems like connections might not even be valid anymore, which is just another layer of frustration, right? It's like, why is this happening? Because you saw there's that situation where somehow we had starting room over here, and room over here. This room somehow connected to this room over here. And it's like, how did that even happen? I don't know. It's extremely frustrating. Getting quite tired of it. I just don't know why that could even happen. And of course the teleport positions are still completely incorrect, which sucks. Because if I go up, at least I go to the right room, but maybe it's not the connection that's broken, but it's just because of how... I think I know what's going on with that room skipping. I don't think that's real. It's just the teleport positions. Okay, but we still have to figure out the teleport positions. Studio script have debugging step through each step. It does, but I just don't know where I would even like breakpoint. I mean, I can just print out what happens and that's basically does everything I need, so. I mean, I know the flow of where things are happening and when. So dungeon creates the room. This is going to happen in process. I believe what's going on is that it must be that one of these variables are not synced yet or not set yet. It's the only thing I can think of. It doesn't make any sense because, especially on single player, it should instantly do it here. It'll say door.map position is that, door.connection cord is that. So that's literally it. Like, it should have these variables already in here, ready to go. So I don't know if it's that. It just might be that my function is wrong, I guess. Right? It's the only thing I can think of. And I'm head to bed. Have a good one, y'all. See you next time. Sounds good, Devninya. Thank you so much for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. So this is going to get the region location. So basically what that is the offset from Viridian. This is Viridian. It's going to return wherever the center of the new dungeon is. Simple. So that'll say plus 20,000 or whatever. Position is going to be... Is that the problem? That could be the issue. I have to pass in connection, I think. And then this one... Okay, so this one will be self, so we do that. It's the only thing I can think of. Let's try it. So I go up. I don't go up. It just must be that we're calculating it wrong somehow. I'm going to print out everything that we're getting in here, right? So we're going to print... What do we want to print? Hey, Nick Jack, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Confetti didn't go off. I really wish I knew why sometimes they don't work. Huh. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in. 15 months. It's crazy. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Okay, so it should all be the same region. Here, let's just go ahead and say dot location. Let's call this location. We don't have to think about that. So target map position. That's going to be whatever we have set as our connection coordinate. Let's go ahead and even type these, right? Pretty good. Bored at school, so I'm doing some C programming on my own. Oh, nice. Man, that was me just every second of school. I would just work on Starground all day. That's what I did in the university. Because, it was so incredibly boring. Man. The worst ones are the ones that's just reading off the lecture slides, because it's like, why am I even here in lecture then if you're not adding anything to the slides, right? I always hated that. Because it's like, I could just be at home right now and just go through the slides at 10 times the speed myself. I don't know. It always sucks. Whenever that happened, whenever I went to one of those classes with teachers like that, I'm just like, I'm checked out. I'm just gonna work on my own stuff on my laptop because there's no point in me even being present in the class. Yeah, it's frustrating. I think there's also the classes that are like require your attendance and attention but don't actually like teach you anything. And those are more frustrating than the ones that are just reading lecture slides. Because then I don't have a second to do my own stuff on my laptop, so yeah, it's frustrating. I hate school, guys. You know, the community part of schools is nice. Being able to join clubs and talk to people, it's great. But the part that's stupid is the is the learning. Have the freedom to stay at home if we want? Yeah. Well, it depends, though, because some, like, it just depends on whether teachers take attendance. A lot of teachers I've had are like, if you don't show up to class, you get a deduction to your grade. Most of the time, whenever there's been a teacher that doesn't take attendance, I always stay home. Because there's just kind of no reason not to. Unless it's actually a cool, fun class that I actually enjoy going to. But I'll just say there were very few of those. So. Ooh, trying to close this box. I got all these breadboards recently. I'm going to be doing some wiring. Come on. Okay, I can't close it. Whatever. Yeah, I haven't really used breadboards before. I think I get the general idea, though. It's basically just a way for you to connect components easily without having to solder each individual thing. Because you can just plug things in a sequence and then they all electrically connect to each other. Which is very nice. For prototyping a circuit and, like, figuring out how you want things to work, it's great. So then you can prototype on the breadboard, get it working, and then actually solder it for real. So I guess that's why they invented breadboards. Okay, so we're going to print out the target map position. I mean, that's really all we should need. I don't even need to say connection dot that anymore. So why would I? Okay, so this one is the teleport connection of the other one, which means it should be the target position is our position and our self, because it's going to go through here. Target position is going to be that one times 16 plus location plus connection right here. And let's make sure that this is a connector. But that's not the same node that it's accessing or whatever. So it's going to say, let's say our target is 0. 0 times 16 is 0, plus location, minus 20,000, plus position. It's going to be the position relative to that central location of the room, which should be like whatever, plus 128. So that should teleport us to like minus 20,000, 128 or whatever. That should be correct. I think. And then the other way around, our teleport position. We're calling this function, we're getting our connection coordinate. So that's the one that we're trying to go to. And we're passing in connection. So that's going to have location. So let's say we're connecting from 0 to 0, 1. That's going to say 1 times 16, which is 16 pixels down. Is the issue that I'm not multiplying by 50? Because I'm just thinking about this right now. Oh. Because I need to multiply this also by 50 tiles. I think that might be our problem here, guys. See, this is why I do this and run things through in my head, because then I identify problems. Okay, let's try this. I believe that's the problem, actually. Let's try it out. Whoa. So far, so good. But I still have to test all of the possibilities. So if I go back down, okay, good. Proper position. Go to the right. Still good. What if I go to the right again? Still good. The minimap is in sync with where we should be. So if I go back, go to the puzzle room, good. If I go here, good. So we go there. I don't know if you guys are noticing it. It's like 1 frame, so it's not a big deal. But for some reason, the starting room is flickering white for 1 second. You can see this, watch. It's so hard to notice. I don't know why it does that. Or it's not that it's flickering white, it's actually that these connections are just flickering dark for 1 microsecond. I don't know why it's doing that. It's kind of odd. But it seems to be working. So what's great about this system, how this works, is this should totally work with multiplayer. This is why I'm just testing this on single player right now. And because what it's going to do is that as soon as these variables all get synced over, including connection coordinate and map position, then it's going to say, okay, I have my variables that I need. Go ahead and start the connection process. So it should be okay. We're going to find out. But yeah. How it looks soothing. I don't know how to describe it. I appreciate it, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry if I keep missing messages on YouTube. It's frustrating how I have to do the chat because the restream chat here that's in the merged YouTube and Twitch like disappears. So your chat pops up for like 5 seconds and then it goes away. So it's very frustrating. And this is just the Twitch chat. I wish I could merge them together, but Twitch doesn't allow you to. I'll get in trouble. So it's extremely frustrating. I need to figure out another way to like... I used to have it set up. This is something that I actually did, is I made my own chat box on my Twitch overlay. Right? So I like connected up all the chat signals and set it up so that whenever a chat would come in, you can see it right here, I think, or something. It would add that chat to the... but it just... yeah, it's stupid. And also the problem is I would also have to connect to YouTube API stuff, which seems kind of complicated, so... there's not really a super great way to do it, unfortunately. I don't know. It's very annoying. Yeah, I'm looking at your messages now. I'm gonna story about an AI actor. I have not heard about that, no. Honestly, I don't read the news, guys. And it's nice not reading the news. I don't want to know what's going on, because there's nothing I can do about it. And there's nothing that actually matters or pertains to me, you know? So why do I even bother? It's like, I wish that we had unbiased news sources, but it's just not the case, at least in the US. Like, unless you pay for some subscription service for ground news or whatever, it's gonna be biased. So... there's kind of no point in me reading the news if it's just somebody's opinion. I don't know. It's frustrating. It's the reason I don't read the news. I would like an actual unbiased view of the world, but it's so hard to do that. Which is why today we're sponsored by... no, we're not. But yeah, it's stupid. I just don't read the news. I don't care. Some people are always like, well, but you should know what's happening in the world, don't you? Doesn't it... It's important to know what's going... I don't care. I read things that are cool and that actually teach me skills. I watch cool YouTube videos. That's what I do. Yo, thank you so much for the sub, Nepal. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, awesome. I really appreciate it. You sir, a man of honor. Thank you, thank you. It's not that I'm trying to be a quirky guy or whatever and like, oh, I don't read the news, guys. I'm so special and weird. It's that I just honestly don't care. I don't know. I've never read the news and walked away feeling good about it or like I've actually learned something important. I don't know. I feel like news kind of just, unless you're actually reading a completely unbiased news source, it's just kind of like clouding your head with opinions that don't really matter. I don't know. I don't know. I wish we had something like, you know, like the, what is it, the BBC? Like the UK news source, because I'm pretty sure legally they are required to be unbiased. I don't know. It's the only kind of news I would ever bother looking at. Because if it's not from a unbiased third-party, like, source or whatever, then I don't know. How are you going to actually trust what people are saying? Yeah, I don't know. The only kind of news I actually care about is, like, Minecraft news. Minecraft Live and stuff. Because it's actually, fun. News is always just bad things. Is news ever good? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to make the stream polarizing, so we're done. But... it's good for me because I do reaction content? Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it would be good for that, that's for sure. Ayo! Hype train. Why did it just randomly start? I don't see why it started. Is it just incredibly delayed? I guess it was just enough to start it. Crazy. But thank you guys, I appreciate it. Weird that it started like a full like 3 minutes after or whatever, but I don't know. Apparently there's new hype train emotes, I think, so might get some new epic emotes, guys. Can't wait. For some reason my reaction streams do better than my gaming streams? Yeah. I think it's just because gaming is such an oversaturated genre. And the reason for that is because it's so easy to make gaming content. Literally anybody on Earth can just buy a game and start gaming. And now they are a gaming content creator. I think that's why it's so oversaturated, honestly. I think that's also why game development has also started to feel more saturated as time goes on, because it becomes more accessible and easier to make games. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's really cool that people can make games. It also does drive a lot of innovation, right? If there are consumers willing to pay money, if there's demand for more game development tools, then somebody's gonna make them. So it's, I don't know, competition is tricky. It is a good thing, especially for consumers, it's always a good thing. For a developer, it's kind of a mixed bag. There's good things about a lot of competition, because, like I said, it drives innovation. But also, it does mean that it's harder to stand out. So, I don't know. The way I see it is this takes control away from the AAA space. Yeah, definitely. I think that's a very good thing. I do love how indie games are just like, with pricing and stuff, are just like, $70 games? No thank you. I'm honestly glad that, like, you know, we still have control over the pricing of stuff a little bit. Obviously, all AAA games now are 70 or 80 bucks, which is stupid and ridiculous, but I'm glad that indie developers don't, like, look at that and think, like, okay, that's the standard price of what my game should be, too, right? It's good. It's also insane that AAA developers do not localize their prices. I get that their argument is, well, people will buy the game in a cheaper currency and then resell for full money, so that, like, people get kind of shorted that way. But it doesn't really happen that much. It's kind of insane. Sword looks like a Darksaber, yeah. And you switch to a gun. There are guns in Starground. I don't have a gun set up, so I can't switch to it, but yeah. The Mandalorian. What the blade is, it's the Dragon Slayer from Berserk. Because it looks epic and cool. This is what it is. So yeah. I just wanted to add it into the game because it's really epic. I haven't actually read Berserk. I'll be honest, I'm a fake fan, but it looks really cool, and I think someday I'd like to read Berserk. I'm not really much one for like a lot of manga. It's just hard to oh my, it's the time commitment is very hard for me because when you read something, it's the same with reading books, is that you're locked in. I can't multitask when I'm reading, right? And so it's a little frustrating. That's why usually whenever I watch entertainment, I'm typically it's like either audio or video format, so that I can do that while I'm doing something else. I don't know. But yeah. Interesting how these light up. I guess it's just because the depth ordering of that is beneath. A little funny. Yeah, I do love audiobooks. When I got my LASIK surgery and I could not see, it was very nice to listen to audiobooks and podcasts and stuff. Like I listened to Edge of Sleep. I listened to the audiobook of Project Hail Mary, and it was fun. I think what I've realized doing that is it's not that I don't like or that I require the visuals. I think I can still have a fun time imagining. It's just it's just being able to multitask is really the only thing I desire out of consuming media. So the new pricing is very weird. Silksong 20 something, yeah, and Random Simulator is also 20. Yeah, it's very odd. Like, and then you also see games that are insane in terms of how much content they have, like Terraria, but like it's still $10 on Steam, and it's constantly going on sale. It's $5 right now. $5 for the amount of content you get out of Terraria is absolutely ridiculous. Terraria has so much to do, and especially if you install mods like Calamity and stuff, it's ridiculous. The value you get out of Terraria is absolutely insane. And even for like also Factorio, it's just because there's so much, you can spend so much time in Factorio. The cost of the game is nothing. Like my time to price ratio on Factorio is ridiculous. Like if I go take a look at how many hours I have in Factorio, I have almost 3,000 hours. So it's that, and I bought it for cheaper. I bought it back when it was $20, I think. So just divide that by 20. I'm getting 147 hours of enjoyment per dollar. Right? That's crazy. You pay $1 and I get to have 147 hours of fun. That's almost a week, like 6 days. That's crazy. You know? Yeah, I mean, I can do it the other way around if I want to get a... There, I bought it for $20. So yeah, that is my price per hour of enjoyment, which is less than a cent. Crazy. Half a penny. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, that's why it sometimes it baffles me that people are willing to spend so much money on AAA games when there's games like Factorio and Terraria that offer such an incredible amount of content for such a small cost. You could go on Steam during a sale, spend like $30 and get like 6 games, and you would have thousands and thousands of hours of gaming to do. That's crazy. Some people have big problems with how Factorio doesn't go on sale. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you would really have a problem with it. I have absolutely no problem with it because it's ridiculous how much time you can put into it. Even if it was double or triple the price, it is still 100% worth it. Like, right? It's crazy. But yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed this. Listen to the audiobooks of Game of Thrones. Oh, yeah. I didn't even know they had that. I guess, yeah, Game of Thrones is probably a book. Oh, and the audiobook, the prequels, yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I would like to listen to more audiobooks. I need to just think of what I would like to listen to. I don't know. Silk Song released with the €20 price tag in 2025. Some companies were definitely mad. I saw that online. I'm like, that's so stupid. You're mad at somebody for creating good value and putting a good product into the world at an affordable price. Like, why would you? That's so ridiculous. Why would you do that? It's like I got mad at the guy that invented the light bulb because now I can get lighting for cheap. Why? It doesn't make any sense. It's so ridiculous. I think any company that complains about another company doing something that's just pure positive is insane and stupid. Why would you complain? Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. So I don't understand the argument that old games should be cheaper. I think I kind of get it, but it really depends on the game. Like, for example, a game that's still getting updates and still has and still works great, I don't see any reason to drop the price of that kind of game. Now, on the other hand, if there's a game that's abandoned, that isn't receiving updates, and could potentially even have compatibility issues, I could see the reason to drop the price. Because that game itself is not changing, but everything around it is better and cheaper, so it's kind of not fair to charge the same price for a game like that compared to the competition. But it really depends. Like, I feel like a game like Factorio, as long as it stays compatible and doesn't have major bugs, I don't think they should ever decrease the cost of the game, right? Because there's nothing wrong with it. I think it excels so much in its category that it's going to be extremely... I doubt any game would ever kind of overshadow Factorio's strengths, right? It would be such a Herculean effort, or whatever they say. Had to delay games releases because it made them look bad, yeah. Well, maybe it's good that they look bad, you know? Honestly, that's how I feel. If you're delaying your game because Silksong is so epic, and then it looks bad to release your game, then yeah, you should feel bad. Honestly. Because if you're charging $80 for some early access buggy slop, yeah, you should feel bad. That's just what I think. I don't know. It's just crazy. Why would you... The argument just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand what the argument is. Basically, the argument is complaining because they suck. It's not fair. I should be the one making all the money and making cool things. That's what the argument is. There's no actual real industry argument. It doesn't have a negative effect on the industry. It only has a negative effect on people that are stupid and make bad games. I don't know. To be honest, abandoned old games should be made open source. Yeah, I think that's honestly a good thing. Like, if your game isn't making very much money anymore, why not open source it, right? It's just kind of a final, like, contribution to the community of like, all right, we've had a good run. We've made our money. Sales are down to a crawl. Time to let other people learn and, you know, from the project and mess with it. I think that's really it's a good idea. I could totally see myself doing that with Starground 2 at some point. Once, like, the game is finished and stuff, and I'm not really making any money off of it, I totally will probably open source it, because why not? I haven't played Hollow Knight before. I have not played Hollow Knight, but it does look really epic. I watched Maxwell play Hollow Knight for like a while, and I feel like I got a pretty good idea. I have it. I bought it in 2019, and I just never played it. But yeah, it does look really cool. I haven't really played a lot of Metroidvanias before, so it's I don't know. I think it could be neat. It's hard to say, like, if it's my vibe or not, just purely from looking at it. I think it's probably a bit of a different experience actually, you know, controlling it. Yeah, like, I definitely do want to try it out sometime. I think I got it on sale one time, really cheap, so I would love to try it out. It's funny how Steam has these, like... This is the one that was just displayed on Terraria, this image. I always look at these and I'm like, oh, they made that banner custom for the game, but I'm starting to realize maybe they didn't. Like, what do they do for Factorio? Because I'm pretty sure it also has that little banner. Oh, it doesn't anymore. Maybe... Interesting. I don't know. Yeah. Split on stream sometime? Yeah, I would be down to. I can install it. Let's do it on that drive. Yeah, I would like to try it out sometime. I need to schedule some gaming streams. I think once we've finally got Starground in a better spot where things are not broken, then yeah. Use a controller. I'll definitely use a controller. I think I've heard that it is way better with controller, so yeah. It does seem like a controller kind of game, so. It's almost the same as what companies said when BG3. What does BG stand for? Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, right, yeah. Yeah, that's also, it's ridiculous. Whenever I see any argument like that, it's like I just instantly dismiss them as anything. I lose 100% of respect. Because I'm just instantly like, what is your problem? A good game comes out and now, like, whenever a good game comes out, to me, that's like a good opportunity to look at why is the game good and what can I learn from that release? You know? If people are raving about something and it's epic and priced affordably, then that's like it's a lesson that you should take away from that. Not complain that it was bad. It just, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. It's a little silly, guys. Anyways, I think the teleportation stuff is working. I don't see any issues here, which is very good. So I think we're gonna go ahead and try this on multiplayer now and see if it works. I really hope it does. We'll see. Hollow Knight has lots of content, hidden lore, many secrets, like a lot of secrets, yeah. I think you'd like it, but it is difficult and frustrating at times, yeah. I don't know. I think one thing, though, that's nice about a Metroidvania when it's hard is, like, from what I've seen, I mean, I haven't, like, played it, of course, but I know there's abilities that you can unlock. So it seems like if you're having a hard time with something, you could probably just stop and go do something else. That's one thing that I kind of like about open world games versus, I mean, obviously it depends on the kind of game, but I like when players have, it's a good way to do, like, difficulty scaling and balancing is, like, just don't force players to complete something first. Give them alternative options to boost their skills or their whatever first, right? It's just always a good way to design things. It's also like one reason why in Starground I kind of want to do, or like how the dungeons are, there's multiple dungeons that can be accessed from the start. Right, that's why Tephra you can just go to Tephra. Because I want people to have alternative options for things. Like, if you go to the lab level on Celadus and you're like, oh, it's too hard, well, then you can go to Tephra first. But yeah. Most of the time, sometimes you just really have to grind through a boss. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, at least you can... Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, as long as there's, like... I think with Hollow Knight, from what I've seen, you know, things are... Like, with bosses, they have defined movesets. So, like, it's really just a case of learning their patterns. It would be kind of completely unfair if it was just a purely random. That would be a little stupid. But I feel like it's fine. I don't really mind hard games most of the time. Difficulty is never a turn-off for me with a game, unless it's, like, completely unfair. If something's just pure randomness and it's hard, that's not fun, because there's no potential for me to actually improve and get better. But if there's, like, actionable skills that I can learn, I'm always able to work through it eventually, right? But, I don't know. Very little randomness in boss fights? Yeah, well, that's good, then. Don't know why I can't get any Metroidvania. Tried Hollow Knight, you know, Ori and Blind Forest, Scribe, never clicked. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I haven't really played any. It's hard to say if it's something that I would enjoy or not, right? It's just, I'll just have to try it out, I think, and see. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely more of a systems-focused gamer, if that makes sense. I tend to enjoy, like, gameplay over lore or aesthetics, right? I think that's why I like automation games a lot. So it's hard to say if I would enjoy something that's more of an adventure versus, like... I also like hoarding and looting. So I like having, like, a base. It's one of the reasons I like survival games and Minecraft, because I can, like... I'm building something with permanence. I don't know, I think that's one of the reasons I don't like stuff like Dark Souls and, like, I don't know. It's cool. I know you do build a little bit of permanence in the sense if you have skills and items and stuff, but it's just, there's other games that I think I prefer, so. For me, it's gameplay and lore. Yeah, like stylized graphics. Yeah, everybody has their own, you know, likes and dislikes, and I think that's part of the glory of the gaming industry. Is you can make almost any kind of game you want, and as long as you enjoy it, there's very high chance that there are lots of other people that also would enjoy it too, right? It's good that we have... I mean, it's the same thing with almost every single anything. It's the reason we have different movie genres and different music genres. That's why genres are a thing. It's conventions that people can latch onto and realize, I enjoy this thing, I want more of this kind of thing, right? Genres are a pretty good invention, if I do say so myself. Just like ultra-realistic graphics. For me, it depends. It's not that I hate ultra-realism. I think it's just that I think it works when it's used well. Like, if a game is ultra-realistic just for the sake of being ultra-realistic, then yeah, I think it's stupid. Like, I don't know, a game I've played recently, for example, Jump Space. This game is pretty realistic, but I don't think it's a detriment to the experience, right? I would probably still enjoy this game whether it looked realistic or if it was hyper-stylized. It wouldn't really matter to me. Yeah, graphics to me is usually just kind of a complete secondary thing that doesn't really matter very much. I don't know. There's nothing that this game does in particular that I think the graphics really enhances, at least gameplay-wise. I mean, it looks good, but yeah. I think as long as graphics are like, they don't obstruct like visibility too much, then I think it's fine. It's very interesting to me. Like I don't know what the like thought process is behind it, but some people have looked at Starground and be like, ew, pixel graphics, those are so old and yucky. You know, I don't know. It's just fascinating. Like, why does somebody look at graphics of a game like this and think it's just inherently bad because it's pixel art, right? I don't know. It's something I think about, and I don't have an answer for. I don't know why. It's, yeah. Anyways, going to bed now. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Nick Jack, for coming in. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Get some Z's. Probably pretty late. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And also for the resub. Yeah, thank you very much. Let me snooze this ad. Doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. I like to know the thought process of someone who makes that argument. I know, exactly. It's like, the only thing I could think of is the reason for that is they're just conditioned to view modern graphics as superior. Modern is an ultra realism, right? Where somebody looks at this game and thinks, wow, this looks more like real life, so the graphics are better. But that's not how I view graphics, at least. Like, I don't look at Minecraft and think, wow, this doesn't look like real life at all. These graphics are stupid. Because I think Minecraft has very good graphics for what it is. Like, the graphics of Minecraft complements what Minecraft is, the gameplay of Minecraft, right? Because the whole thing with Minecraft is you are placing blocks and building. And that's why such a simple style really complements it, because it gives you, like, it doesn't overcomplicate its style. I think if Minecraft looked ultra realistic, it would kind of be, your builds would lose a little bit of power, I feel like, right? All the individual blocks being simple then makes the combination of all of them built up look really good, right? Like something like this looks pretty awesome. I mean, this is a texture pack, but it's pretty vanilla styled. But it's like, things to me, I feel like look better in Minecraft using vanilla textures or a simple texture pack, right? Some people in Minecraft are like, use like the ultra 4K texture packs, and every time I see it, I think it just makes everything look gross. Like all the textures just kind of blend together and it just starts to look weird. Yeah, I don't know. With graphics, I think contrast and readability is always king. That's what graphics are for. I mean, if you think about when we first invented graphics, like for computers at least, obviously there's art, but the reason we created a graphical user interface is so that we can interact with it easier, right? That's what graphics are for. Like icons in games for inventories. Like technically you could make Starground be completely command line or ASCII art, but I think you would lose some readability, right, with that kind of thing. My headphones just go wacky mode. I can't hear anything. God dang it. Is that the power? No. This happens sometimes with my headphones, and then I have to like reconnect the yeah, it's just no audio, guys. That's annoying. Let me turn them off and back on, just see if that fixes it. Let me unplug, turn them off, wait a second, now turn them back on. There we go. Okay, audio's back. A little funny. But yeah, graphics is to make things readable and visually distinct. So I feel like as long as your graphics are doing that and acting as an aid for the gameplay, I think the style doesn't matter at all. right? That's the only thing that matters, in my opinion. That's why I enjoy playing Minecraft. I don't care that it's pixel art. I don't care if any game is pixel art. I like pixel art. I think it can look really good. Same with ultra realism, or even like ASCII and stuff like that, or like PS1 style. I think it all looks cool. It's kind of like the same thing with me and like almost anything that I interact with, like colors. I mean, I like blue. If I had to pick a favorite color, I would say blue is my favorite color. But I think all of the colors can be very pretty, and I like all colors. I don't know why people would inherently dislike a color. It's the same with food for me also. Like, I almost like every single kind of food. Obviously, I have my favorites. I like pizza and burgers. But I can appreciate almost every single kind of food item for what it is. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. It's just crazy that people just inherently fully dislike things, not because they like have a physical objection to it, but just because they decide it's bad for some reason. I don't know. Very weird. Anyways, we're on multiplayer. Let's go through this door and see what happens. That's looking pretty good, guys. We went through the door. Everything is working. So we might be gaming. Come on. I don't have a weapon, so this is gonna be brutal. But it's okay. I do want to change the way that the player punches. I've been thinking about it. I want to add in like multiple attack styles. So instead of doing swinging for the punching, you would actually like punch for real. I think I'd also like to slow down the speed of the punch a little bit and up the damage probably. Just so it's not so unfair when you're... It feels a little more meaningful when you're fighting with just a fist. Like somebody doesn't just go when they're punching. They do like a... They punch. It feels a little, what's the word? Meaningless how it is now. That's too, well, yeah, that's, I feel like that's different though. Okay, sick. Look at the teleportation, guys. Beauteous. In the masking, looking good. I don't see any other rooms from, oh, never mind. Dungeon room for some reason doesn't have a mask. I don't know why. Let's set God true to the other guy. And go see if we see all the rooms. Okay, we do. I think it's just because the masks are not becoming visible from the beginning of the loading. So let's go fix that. I think I know where that is and why it's happening. Actually, didn't I disable that from working or whatever I said? Yeah. Well, I think when I initially do the creation of the mask... Let's see, Dungeon Region is not Tefra. It should be working, actually. Because ready will happen everywhere. A little odd. 1 times 50 times 16. Goal position is ourself. Mask modulate. If it's 0, we set it to false. Interesting. Yeah, I just wonder why it wouldn't be visible on clients. Seems a little peculiar. It might actually be because of this right here. Which is a little funny if that's the case. I think we'll do this. And then we'll do the same thing on the synchronizer down here. or wherever it is. I'll just say in process, like if map position is not equal to nothing. Did my headphones seriously die again? What is happening with my headphones? It's a little annoying. Is it just that it's running out of energy? It could be. So map position here, I'm just gonna type it. And we're gonna get rid of 0 as the default. I don't think we'll have any issues with that. Because on the server, it'll get set instantly, so that doesn't matter. It can't know anyways, so... I think it'll be okay. Generate obstacles, generate enemies, that's still all server side. So I think we're okay. Okay. Headphones are those? They are Astro A50s. They're nice. I like them, but also I feel like over time... I mean, this just always happens with wireless headphones, is that they start to break. It's frustrating. It's usually because the batteries start going bad or just they somehow get damaged, but they're nice. I did have to do a repair, as you can see. They snapped. You can see my repair right here. It's a little ugly, but I fixed it. The plastic there just completely snapped away. So I got a plastic welder and I welded some little metal tabs in, and it seems to work pretty well. I do see that one of the metal tabs has sort of come apart on the side. I'm just looking at it right now. So I might actually have to repair that. Yeah, because it's kind of at a diagonal. I need to do one that's going to be congruent to the stress, which is up and down. But they're holding up. The sound is really good. And the quality and everything else, right? I mean, I like them. They're good headphones, but I don't know. It's frustrating. I wish that there were a pair of headphones that was wireless, was like designed for long-term wear. Like there's some that are wireless that are cool. There's like some Sony headphones. These are good headphones, but they're really more designed for like on-the-go mobile, on a plane or whatever, like travel. So they're just not really very good for like PC, you know. It's frustrating because I don't care about the microphone. I don't need a microphone in my headset. This is useless to me because I have a microphone. So I don't know. I just wish there were some good, high quality, well-built headphones that were wireless. I'm fine paying a premium price as long as it's not like $1,000. Because I use these things all day long, constantly, so it's worth it to me. They're headphones that can replace a streaming mic. I definitely don't think so. I mean, even these ones, they're pretty expensive. And supposedly they have like a high-end headset mic, but it doesn't sound very good. I mean, you could use a headset mic for streaming, but I wouldn't recommend it. Headset mics are just not designed for audio quality, right? They're mainly designed for just noise canceling, like, you know, making your voice audible when you're gaming. That's what they're for. On your teammates on CS or whatever, or, you know, whatever multiplayer game you're playing. So yeah, they're just not really designed for it. Or pro headsets that sportcasters use. Yeah, I mean, those are probably insanely expensive. those are probably thousands of dollars. And I don't even know if there's really any consumer headphones like that you could buy. I just now realize when you scroll on, it's moving, it's rotating the headphones. Do you guys see that? I didn't even notice that was a thing until just now. That's crazy. Whack. But yeah, I don't know. It's annoying. I just wish... Basically, my ideal pair of headphones are these headphones with no microphone and a replaceable battery. That would be the God headset to me, right? That's what I want. But I don't know. I just don't think there's really one that kind of hits all the boxes for me. These are very comfortable headphones. I like that they're beefy headphones. I don't like headphones that are all light and weak, because these are durable. They're made out of big chunky plastic and metal, and it's good. I know there's some that are like meant for audio that Ace was showing me. I can't remember what they're called. It's like a really weird name. Audio wireless headphones, or like, what do you call them? Not audio headphones, obviously. They're like, what do you even call it? Musician wireless headphones. What are they called? Yeah, I. They make some pretty interesting headphones, and Ace bought some, but they're not really designed for, like, I don't know. They're neat, but to me, they don't look super comfortable. Here, which one is it? I think it's the TMA Studio Wireless 2. This is it. They're neat headphones, and one thing that I do really like about them is that all the parts are like modular and replaceable. So like, it's all just like you make the headset with components, right? So I don't know where... Why is this site so zoomed in, dude? So, like, the headband is replaceable, and it has the battery in it. The ear cups are replaceable, and all the parts are replaceable, which sounds interesting, and it doesn't have a mic. But I just don't know how comfort would be. I don't know. If I were to get a new pair of headphones someday, I feel like I might be leaning towards something like this. Because I need a nice... Some of my requirements is I want a neutral sound stage. I don't want crazy boosted bass, and I want like all of the sounds I'm hearing to be neutral. I don't really care about things sounding good. I care about things sounding accurate. Right? So that's what I want. I don't know. It's just very hard. Everything is like... There's always one little con to each one that kind of doesn't make it perfect. You know what I mean? I've been looking at like ratings. This website, by the way, if anybody doesn't use this, you should use it because it's the gold standard for looking at technology. For like, because what they do is like, it's also like, it's fantastic for looking at monitors and stuff that come out. It's a very good like analytical look at a monitor. Like, this one is a really good monitor. The brightness isn't super great, but it is a OLED monitor, so it makes sense. But they do crazy testing on this stuff, right? They go through, like, every single little thing. Then they give it a rating for each part of it. Also, what's up, Ryan? Sorry, I forgot to... But yeah, like, they talk about the stand and the display, and then they really go into detail down here. They do contrast testing, local dimming testing. Obviously, they're going to get perfect ratings because it's OLED. But they have all of the values that they record from these tests. It's great. Viewing angles, uniformities, color accuracy, pre and post calibration, color gamuts. It's insane how much detail they go into. So yeah, definitely like, if you guys want good reviews of technology products, definitely go to ratings. I do not have an OLED monitor, no. I have a mini LED monitor. OLED is definitely cool, but One thing that kind of kills it for me is how dark OLED monitors are. I like my monitors being very bright. I feel like I really have to strain my eyes when I have dark monitors. And especially since I have all this like lighting in my room for streaming on my face. Like if I have a dark monitor, it's gonna be really hard to read things. Brightness to me is something I value a lot. But it's great because like if I know what I want for a monitor, I can go to monitors and like I can sort by the ones that have good lighting. So I can just go into one of these really quick and like you can look at brightness and you can sort by like, okay, what are the top monitors in the brightness category? And you can look at these monitors and like review them, right? So something like this might be pretty interesting to me because it's got really good brightness. Like I wonder what the brightness actually is on this one. Let's go see. And like, it's not a huge deal. Local contrast is probably good enough. Yeah, the brightness here, look at that brightness. That's crazy. This is very good brightness. 1,500 is crazy. So, yeah. I would probably love this kind of monitor. And all the other stats to me, like, look good enough. So, I don't know. But I bet this thing is super expensive. Let's see. Ooh. Yeah, it's $1,000. Yikes. This is the problem, though, is money. I could get exactly what I want if I had thousands of dollars, but it just gets so ridiculously expensive, it's not worth it. Like, I don't think I'm ever gonna buy $1,000 monitor. That's kind of insane. I mean, it would be awesome. I would love a monitor with that kind of brightness. It would be so cool, but it's so expensive. I don't think I can really afford it. Yeah. Anyways, they have like a whole headphone section, so I'm definitely gonna be... I always kind of read up in here for new launches and stuff of headphones. There's definitely some interesting ones, because like, I just want best over-ear headphones. Like, I want it to be over-ear. I would like it to be wireless. So I might have to sort by wireless. Problem is a lot of these headphones are like travel headphones, like I was saying. Like this Sony headset. It's cool, but it's not really designed for desktop use. And that's what all of these are. So I don't know. What I really need is like they have wireless gaming, but the problem is a lot of these wireless gaming headsets is that they have microphones, and I don't care about microphones. So this is why it's been a little tricky to actually find the headset I want. I don't know. Some of these are interesting, but you're spending a lot of money on the freaking microphone, so. I didn't know they have Astro A50X. I wonder what that is compared to mine. I have to take a look at that one. Bigger problem with OLED is text rendering, so you don't have normal pixel grid. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're getting a 4K OLED monitor, I don't think that would be a big deal, personally. But yeah. These headphones do look kind of interesting. It looks like it's just kind of an up-to-date Astro A50. I don't know. Maybe one of these days I'll upgrade my headphones. But not until these ones completely fall apart and stop working. Because they were too expensive to not fully utilize them. I'm not rich enough to just buy a new thing whenever I feel like it. I want to make sure I'm getting my use out of it. Alright, anyways. So, back to what we're doing. This is in process. We're gonna say change it back to false. We'll say initial var initial mask. Let's say it's false. And down here and ready, if we're on server, I'll go ahead and say initial mask is true, so that we're not doing it down in process. And not initial mask. Then go ahead and say initial mask is true. So hopefully that should work now on multiplayer. Let's restart the game and try this again. I'm hoping it will. I brought down so many drinks with me today. It's too much to drink. Okay. Multiplayer. Here. Autosave. Multiplayer. Manual. Localhost. Connect. All right, let's make sure it works on server side. Should be fine because it's the same code. It's looking good. Nope, doesn't work. Interesting. I wonder what happened then. Not initial mask. Huh. So what's going on here? We say map position if it's 0. Oh, because it's going to say initial mask only if... Let's see. Also, this is set to false. This should be true. Also, I'll just do this generally if we are on the server. So I'll set it to true and say initial mask is true instead of doing that in process. Is that why? It should technically be true by default. I think it's just because I wasn't setting it to true. That's probably what's going on here. Okay, let's relaunch the game, try this again. Nose is itchy. Oh, if I'm gonna play Voices of the Void, I better hurry up and do it, I guess. Okay, save game. Okay. Let's connect. Oh. Why did that happen? Invalid call, non-existent function, hide all and base null. In camera 2D. Interesting. Guess I'll just say if global.tooltip. I think I know what happened there. It's not a huge deal. Okay. Let's try that again. As long as the server didn't break. Okay, we're good. Alright, here we are. Let's first go on the server. Make sure it works. Okay. Looking good. If we go into another room, we're still good. Now, client time. Let's go ahead and say God true of player. Okay. Let's go to the dungeon. Okay. It's because I forgot a critical part. In here, I have to check, is it room 0? That has to be set to false. Okay. Let's try this again. Annual host save game. Autosave 1. Let's connect. Localhost. All right, here we are. Let's go to Enceladus on the server. I know we're good on the server. Let's go here. Come on. Okay. Looking good. Oh, that was the wrong player. Okay, the other rooms are not hidden, though, for some reason still. So it doesn't work. Okay, so let's figure out what's going on here. So in ready, if we're the server, if we're 0, start creation, also change mask. So that's whether we're hiding the room or not. So we're going to say false, initial mask is true. Then otherwise, if we're not, we're going to say make it visible, and then initial mask is true. Okay, so that's good. Now over here in process, this does not happen for only the server. So we're saying if it's not equal to null map position and initial mask is false, then we say if our map position is 0, go ahead and don't hide it. So we say false. Otherwise, do hide it. Then we say initial mask is true. But I don't know why it's not working. Odd. We're thinking about doing the big community speedrun on one server. Yeah, I think that would be the way to do it, for sure. Unless we're gonna do, like, individual sessions. But it might be kind of, yeah. No, I think it'd be fun to do it on a public server. I could temporarily hide the, you know, change the files for the public server for that kind of thing. Yeah, I have that written down. I think it would be fun to do at some point. I want to do it once we have this update done, because I've done a lot of like multiplayer fixes already, so I think it would be nice to have that in the game before we do it. But yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out why this isn't not working. I'll go ahead and just print this, if not, is server. Oh, it was there. Then print hide room. I just want to see what's actually happening on the client for this. Because clearly they're not hiding the room for some reason. Guys looking forward to it? Yeah, I think it'd be cool. Is there something you would want me to look at? Let's see here. What's something that I want to get done? I have some things written down in here. These are like definitely high priority. Lock on mini bosses. I'm trying to think of something that like would be kind of easy to do. Let's think here. These are some other random things I've been wanting to add into the game. Position on the Star Launcher. This is something that I don't think I've added yet, which if you want to, you can. Should be pretty easy to. Is making it so that the zoom level and the position that you have set on the Star Launcher gets saved. I know it's something that you recommend or asked for, I believe. But I think it's doable. What you would do is just have a variable inside of global just called like Star Launcher info, right? And just tie it into the user settings saving system. So that would be inside of global, and there's a function called save user settings right here. So what you would do is just add another key on here, and you just call this, you know, Star Launcher info. Make sure you do the capitalization right. And then you'd say you save your variable Star Launcher info like that. So that will save that variable in there. And then all you do is on user settings load user settings. You just do the inverse where you set that variable back to userdata.get and your key. So that's how you would save that data and keep it persistent even if you close the game. Could be nice. Yeah, it's something to take a look at if you want. That's one thing. There'll be another one in here. This is something I would like to do, is make your Steam name your username by default. I think it's doable, because what we do inside of here is in load user settings, we are actually setting your username. So down in here, I think it's somewhere in here. Username right here. We say get username, and by default it's player, but we could go ahead and change that default to Steam if it's something. So I think we can say steam.get, it's like username or something. Get user, what is it called? I know there's a function for it somewhere in here, but you can get the player's Steam username. Let's go look in here and see what it is. It's probably get achievement. Get app owner? No. Get blah, 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 connected universe. Current beta name. I mean, this is something I can just add in right now. It should be pretty easy. If I'm already looking for the function, I might as well do it. I don't know which one it is, though. Betas. Oh, it might be get persona name, I think. Oh, get player nickname. It might be one of those. What's persona name? Display name. Yeah. Cool. So all we say is steam.get persona name, and we'll say var default is that. Default username. Now, what does this return if it couldn't find it? Actually, I think this will always return something. I'll just check if Steam enabled, do that. Otherwise, by default, it'll be player. And then we say default username is that. And we set that as the default if a pre-existing username is not found. So that should work. I can test this by just temporarily deactivating or getting rid of my user data file. Let's go ahead and do that just for fun. I can just go into the files here. It's in the Starground app data folder. User data. I'll just rename this to something else, like user data, as in past tense. Now, if I launch the game, it'll be like, oh, there's no user data. I guess I have to get your Steam persona name. I want to make sure this doesn't like instantly crash somebody's game or something. That would suck. User data not found, yeah. Okay, so it should be good. Okay, it's still showing player, so didn't seem to actually update it for some reason. Get rid of my audio settings. I wonder why though, like what went wrong? Might be because of this Steam enabled thing. Because initialize Steam might happen after. Because it calls initialize Steam right here. And ready. I don't do any awaiting, so it should be okay. Yeah, I don't know. Default username. I'll see if it's printing out in here. It should be. Delete the new user data. Yeah, there's a bunch of other things in here too. Okay, it's not printing, so I guess it's not. Apparently, Steam is not initializing properly or something. Which doesn't make any sense. Initialize status. That's what I'm getting here. Is greater than 0, then we say it failed. Otherwise, we say Steam enabled. We should print in here. Steam initialized. Yeah, I don't know how this would be happening, or like why it wouldn't, really odd. Because it didn't print out, so it must be somehow that Steam enabled is false. But it shouldn't be. Let's try it again. That's so weird. It says Steam initialized, and then it just doesn't. Oh, that's if user data was found. Duh. I'm stupid. If there's already user data, then there's no, doesn't work. Just set that to player. That's only if your username gets corrupted. Okay, I'm just stupid, guys. Back in a ready. So if it was null down here, This is where we do it. I'm just so silly, guys. So if Steam is enabled, username will be Steam persona name. Let's try that. Kill user data. Okay. Yeah, the bottom down there is like the defaults I use for when there is no user data, right? So now, check it out. Chip Plays is my username. So I've been wanting to do that just so that people have like a username that they probably already want. So it works pretty well. Okay. Cool. And it'll probably prevent people from having issues with colliding usernames, because by default they're gonna have a different username, right? Anyways, let's delete this guy. Set the old one back. What is poop? Is that a save or user data? We can look at it. Let me 1 second, guys. Whoa. This must be an incredibly old save file. Because it is saving sprites. It's saving ironore.png. Name wood, sprite wood. This has to be from a long time ago. I don't even see any power buildings in here. This might be like my first save ever. Crazy. Did not realize that this was such an old save. Does it say when it was created? Let's go see. Okay, it was created in 2024. I might have copied it from somewhere, though. That's probably what I did. So what is this file in here? UV. Don't know why it's in there. Weird. Screenshots. Got a lot of those. Old save. Yeah, it just has that. Oh, whoa. You can see the real date. This must be one of the first saves I've ever created. That doesn't make any sense. January 27th of 2024. That was well before anything. That's insane. That's a very, very old save. That was kind of at the precipice of the game existing, so that was probably like the first ever save I created in Starground. It would be really fun to load up that old version and actually load it, see what it is. I mean, theoretically, we should also be able to load it nowadays. Let's copy this file, go into my saves, and paste it in here. Should we go ahead and try and load that save? I don't know if it's gonna work, because it's a long time ago. But let's try it. Yeah, it's not happy. It couldn't even get this data from it. World time. Because there was no such thing. There was no world data, I think. Which is insane. Well, I could edit the code to make it playable, but I mean, is it worth it? I don't know. A little hard to say. Because nobody's ever gonna be able to even run a save like that. See, I don't know. Just give me 1 second here, guys. 1 moment, please. Oh. Wait. Hold on, guys, wait. Okay. Gaming. Well, too bad. Unfortunately, this save is bad. It's too old. But one day I will load it up, guys. I'll change the code to allow me to load it. Unless I can do it. No, it's gone. This one is from February, so it is definitely way... It's still incredibly old. But it might work. We'll go ahead and load that one up. Super copy. Let's try it out. Do you think it'll run? Oh my god, it does. There's nothing in here, though. It might have just been an empty save. It didn't throw any errors. I don't know. There's nothing here. Pretty insane, though. Alright, anyways. Yeah, cool stuff, but let's continue on. Zanakli, welcome in. How's it going? So what's going on with these dungeon rooms? Still trying to figure that out. I'm gonna print what this is and change mask. Let's go ahead and launch this in multiplayer again. Figure out what's going on. Good idea. Yeah, we're doing good. Right now I'm working on my game Starground. It's a bit of a combination between automation and dungeon crawling. Currently having an issue on multiplayer where there's this like mask I paste on top of the rooms, right, to kind of hide what's happening in there so that you don't see other rooms in the dungeon, right? But right now we're having an issue with multiplayer where it's just not showing up properly, so trying to figure that out right now. Hopefully we can get that all working. But yeah, we'll see. Did I join the wrong? No, we're good. How are you doing with the demo version? Do you have some separate repo? You do a branch that said you want to update it. Yeah, I branched the project. It's such an old version though that it's not even really usable anymore. Like there's no way we can merge the changes at this point. What I've been working on is essentially a way for us to just change one variable to turn the game into demo mode, right? And I've been slowly adding on functionality for that. So for example, if you look inside of the buildings table, there is a tag called hidden, right? And what that means is we can hide content from being accessible. So I'm thinking of having a function that it's gonna be time consuming to set up, but I'll just like have a list of the buildings that are allowed to be used in the demo, right? And then I'll fill everything else out with the hidden tag. I'll also disable certain UIs like modding and stuff so that we should be able to get the game playable as a demo. I think it should work out. And technically what that also means is that theoretically the demo version is compatible with the regular release build of the game. I don't know if that's really what I want. I mean, I might have a check and make sure that if you're a demo player, you can't join a regular session. But yeah, I'm considering just doing that so we don't even have to have a separate branch for the demo. because I am sick and tired of it. Having two versions of the same game is a nightmare, because if I ever update one, now if I want the other one to work, it's just I'm gonna have to backport all of those bug fixes, and it's so annoying. So if we could just do that, where I don't really care, honestly. I mean, nobody's gonna go through the trouble of doing that, so I don't mind. It's already very easy for somebody to just buy the game, decompile it, and re-release that version. So I don't really mind so much. I think just for the usability and stuff, for us, for development, and for making a good demo that's updated, I am totally willing to have that risk. I mean, so what if somebody gets the full game? Most people won't bother, you know? So I think it'll be okay. I mean, so what, right? It'll be fine. Unless we can think of some way to stop people from flipping that variable. But maybe we have like a code that we put in that if it gets changed or something, there's probably a way that we could do that. Like something that only we know. And so if it wasn't encoded properly, or that variable gets flipped without that code being present in the full version, it like doesn't work. You know what I mean? That's something we could do. I think there's a way we could do that, where we'll just make sure for full builds we export with that secret key. And then on demo mode we don't. So there's no way to change that variable if it's just a lack of the key, right? So it would just introduce a little bit more difficulty in turning it to demo mode, or turning it away from demo mode, you know what I mean? So that might be the play. I'll think about a good way to do that, just so that we don't have that issue as much. Again, though, it's not really a huge problem for me. I mean, it's kind of the same philosophy as, you know, when it comes to pirating, right? It's basically just the same as somebody pirating the game. And that's going to happen anyways, so honestly, to me, I don't really care that much. You know, I always say this, but people that pirate the game, it doesn't necessarily impact sales very much. So also, you can see all this printing out false, which means that for some reason on the client, it is running that mask function, but it is setting it to false. So I know that there's some kind of bug somewhere that we need to address with that. Unless it's fine? No, it's not. Yeah. So let's figure out why that's happening. The only thing I could think of is that for some reason, the value that it's syncing here on map position somehow starts off as being 0, which doesn't make any sense to me, because if it's just a vector 2, I'm pretty sure it'll be null by default, unless it's not how it works and I'm stupid. So it doesn't happen there, because that's is server. So it has to happen down in process right here. Let's just print before that, we print out map position. If we're not the server. Let's do that. Also, yeah, I guess we can just do that also there, like that. My knowledge of Godot is limited. Can you do separate builds? Demo build is only a subset of the full if def or something similar. You might be able to do that. I mean, it just comes down to like, I mean, I could definitely, I probably could. How would you do that? You could probably make another export thing in here and include like a custom launch variable in here, or like add a custom feature, and you could just add in a demo, and now we can just do a one-click export of regular version and demo version that way, right? So yeah, that's something we could easily do, I think. Yeah, just have it as a custom project variable, custom project feature. I think that's the way to do it. That might actually make it a little bit harder to swap that variable, because it wouldn't just be something that you just change. You're gonna have to like dive somewhere into the custom export variables section, custom export feature section, and somehow remove demo. So I think that might be a good way to do it. Really, the only way you would get the full version is if you're already very familiar with Godot, and if you are, it's no big deal for you to just decompile the game anyways, so I think it'll be fine. Star Launcher thing is done? Awesome. Thank you very much. I'll take a look at that. We're only at 3 hours. I might play Voice of the Void for just a little bit, but we also do need to work on the emote today, so let me go ahead and do like a few more testings with this. I mean, at least the dungeons are playable. The masks aren't showing up for some reason, or not becoming visible, but it's not game breaking at least, so we are almost there to making this work normal. So I'm kind of okay if I sort of leave it here because we've made progress. All right, let's go ahead and do a save game. Boom, bada bing, bada boom. Host. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bong. All right. See what happens here. So it should be printing out what the position is. Now, it's printing a lot of things, but I believe I saw when it first initially was created, it's not printing null. I'm pretty sure it was printing 0. I can't seem to go back that far anymore for some reason. Interesting. I don't know if you're talking about it. You can export the game without the resource that would not be in the demo version. Yeah, that's true. We could do that because we can just, in the export settings, right here in resources, we can choose which ones not to include. So it would be pretty easy to just not include a specific resource you need for the game to work. And then that would completely stop people from converting the demo to the full version. So yeah, we could easily do that. I think that could work. I think for the demo, I would just simplify to just Viridian and Enceladus so that you kind of get an idea of how both of those work, right? But lock off all the new planets and stuff, and maybe even hide some of the NPCs in the space hub also, like Bud and stuff like that. I'll have to think of exactly what I want included and what I don't want included for the demo, but of course, all the quality of life and bug fixes will be in the demo, because that's very important. It's not something that, it's not like a feature that you should get, it's like not a privilege. It should just be a basic necessity. A basic human right to have quality of life in your games, you know? So yeah. Okay, well, I believe that these funny dungeon rooms are not printing null. So I'm going to say if map position is equal to null, and then print out a thing that's like, no. Because that'll tell me if it is, right? So let's try that. Yeah, it might just be that it does actually default to being vector2 0 when you don't specify in an export variable, which is too bad, but it is what it is. We could set a different kind of default value, like -1 billion or something, just so that we have kind of like a default value that it instantiates to, and then we can compare against that and be like, okay, if you're negative whatever, we know that it hasn't been instantiated yet. Right, so that's a pretty easy fix to that problem. Oops. nose is itchy, guys. Okay. Let's try this out. It looks like its all still being set as 0. Yeah. So yeah, I believe that... Where are we doing all of this printing? Okay, we're doing that on change mask. I know there's somewhere else for printing. I think it's in the doors. One ready? Snooze that ad. Yeah, right here. I need to get rid of that. It's being a little bit annoying. Okay, so we know that it does instantiate by default to 0. So let's instead do a special value that indicates it is invalid. So let's call it var invalid position. This is vector2. Let's just set it to... Can I do inf? Or can I do a vector of nan? That's what I need to do, really. What kind of, dot, you know, I know you can do .1, .2, or whatever. Oh yeah, .inf. Let's do that. Unless we just want to do the nan. If you want to, you can put some of those features in GitHub issues and assign them to me, and I'll go through them. Yeah, I can definitely do that after stream. Just go through the list and, like, put all these on here. A lot of them... I also have some bugs here that I'd like to fix, too, so that might also be good to put up. Yeah, I'll definitely do that, just so we kind of have a better spot to do that at. Okay. What do I want to do here? Invalid position. We could default it to... I mean, nan would make sense, because it's, like, invalid. I mean, it's never going to be infinity, either. We could just say that. We could default it to inf. Oops. Vector2.inf. And now, anywhere where I'm checking if map position or whatever, I just need to make sure it's not inf. So equal to 0. So now here, don't do that. You say if map position is not equal to vector2.inf. Well, since it's just inf, I don't really need the other thing now, yeah. Equal to 0. Not equal to 0. That's all fine. Okay, so it should be the same thing for the door then. Map position by default would be vector2.inf. And honestly, same with connection coordinate as well. So anywhere where I reference map position. Because yeah, here saying not null doesn't make any sense. We can say if it's not equal to vector2.inf. Same with connection cord. I think this will work. Because it's never going to be infinity. So... target map position, that should be okay. The only thing that could potentially be a weird problem is if I set something's position to infinity. I don't know what happens if that does happen somehow. Right. So if that does happen, it might crash the game. Might cause some weird problems. But let's just hope it doesn't. Okay, anyways. Final test here. Let's load back in and see if it works. And if it works and we're all good, then it's time for Voices of the Void. If you're still here, Oshik, I don't even know. Well, actually, we need to do our emote first. See if this works. I'm a little worried it might just instantly crash the game, but we'll find out. I don't know if I hosted properly. I don't think it did. Let me try that again. Come on. Yeah, we're gaming. Okay. Dungeon, let's go. So far, not good. But this is better? I think it's better. It's not equal to infinity. It's equal to 0. Change it to false, otherwise change it to true. You can see all these ones were set to true. Interesting. I'm also going to print map position whenever that happens, just so I can see what it actually is. Let's go ahead and teleport back to 0, 0. Let's see what this prints out. Okay. Zero, 1, blah, blah, blah. So they're all good values, but I don't see 0 in there, so I think that there might be some kind of code in here that's not set properly. I don't know what that would be, though. It should sync it. Map position by default is infinity. And all of these should get synced. Because it's just in the dungeon room here. If I go to any of these, it should have in here dungeon. Okay, so it doesn't actually get its map position synced, but it does inside of the door. So if we go to door, you can see map position on change. So it might just be that the door is not properly doing it. Let's figure out why. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Polymetron. Let's see here. So we're checking if they're both not infinity. It could be that one of these are set wrong. No. They're both set to infinity by default. As long as that's not equal to map position. Let's see here. Just trying to figure out what's going on here. So, like, both get synced. You get 0 and 0 connection cord. Let's say map position 0, connection cord's 1 or whatever. That gets synced over. It says that's not infinity, that's not infinity, and connection's invalid. So now connection cord should not be equal to map position. That's fine. So we say dual this stuff. Set it as the parent. Try and get the room. Then we say parent map position is our map position. Connection is that. Theoretically should be working. Now something it is doing though in here is it's setting it all to true. So I know that like this is being ran. It's the only place I think it should be ran. Because it doesn't do that in ready. Only does that if it's the server, but it's not, so. Unless it's happening somewhere else, let's make sure. No problem. I followed before. I don't know why Twitch removed it. Good luck on the game, guys. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Twitch is a little funny. I don't know. There's weird stuff like that happens all the time. Unless it's inside of here, but that should just be whenever the player teleports. Yeah, it's not in there. Weird. So as long as it's not infinity, we say if it's equal to 0. The only thing I could think of is that it's like ever so slightly, like we have to round it. I think we can just do round on... Can I do round I on a vector? No. Then cast it as a vector 2i maybe? Just to make sure this comparison is correct. Because floating points are a little funny. It might just be that the value that's getting synced is technically larger than 0. Let's see if that works. I don't know if we'll have time for Voice of the Void today. We only got like 30 minutes left, so I think we will not do that today, unfortunately. But we'll do that another time, maybe Friday. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Okay, so here we are. Go to the dungeon. I don't know what's going on. It just seems like the room with 0 is not syncing at all. Which seems a little peculiar. Don't know why that would be happening. Cooldown timeout. Why would that happen? Are there just no dungeon rooms with like, I don't know. I'll say if 2.0, go ahead and print it out. So obviously it's printing. Let's say only print if you're not the server. And it's just not printing. So for some reason, none of the rooms have... It doesn't make any sense, but none of the rooms have a 0 value. And I don't know why. It's not equal to vector 2 inf. So that inf just doesn't evaluate to the same thing or something? See, I would start it off as a different value, like null. But since it's typed as a vector 2, I can't assign it to that. So it does have to be a real thing. I could do nan instead. I wish I could do that. Like in global, add that to vector 2, a nan vector. I don't know. Not equals to always returns true. It's not very always return false. Thank you for the spin, K-Mac. How's it going? I am not sure what to do here. I can change this to be nan. Maybe there's just some weird evaluation with an infinity vector that doesn't work for some reason. Let's try to do nan vectors instead. See if that fixes it. Don't know why it would, but you never know. Let's try that, I guess. Okay. Let's see. I hope this doesn't break the game. I don't know. I don't know if you're able to compare nan vectors. So it does show nan. It shows that the position of all of these are nan. So that's not right, because it must be running the code in here. Because not equals to always returns true. Okay. So that doesn't work. How are we gonna do this then? So nan vector doesn't work. Infinity vector seems to also not work for some reason. I'm not really sure why. You can see it just never updates in here. It never says that map position is 0. So weird. Oh man, just wrapping up night class, waiting for the word and I'm logging out. Ah, yeah, okay. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're just trying to fix some dungeon issues today. Having some weird stuff going on. I don't know what's up. So we can't do nan because nan is like a weird number that you're not really supposed to compare. What else can we do? Because infinity seems to also not work for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, it might not be infinity is the issue. Hmm. I want to have like a default value that gets instantiated here, right? Isn't there another function for like isNaN? Yeah. And that's what we could do. Well, maybe NaN would work. We just got to use isNaN instead of the other one. Okay. So now all we're going to say is if isNaN connection cord dot x. So as long as it's not NaN, and as long as map position dot x is not NaN, then we know that the values are proper. So that's what we can do. And then same within here with map position. So if it's 0, then here we're not going to say that. We're going to say isNaN. Like that. We can try that. I don't know. Let's see. Just annoying. Vector2inf doesn't seem to work. I can't instantiate it to null by default because it's an export variable. Otherwise, that's what I would do. Because that's what I always do. When I have a value that I don't want to be set, it just starts as null. This is what you do in programming. But I can't do that because it has to be typed in order to be synced on multiplayer. And I messed up the server, I think. Okay, let's try this again. I mean, it stopped the initial values from being done, but it still just isn't syncing the first starter room, which is so weird. Unless I just have some code in Dungeon that's doing that. Should be okay. For connection in rooms, room.connections. Should be okay. I mean, maybe that's the problem, is that it's just not actually getting its value set to 0. But it doesn't make any sense, because for the server, it does. You can see when I go into here as the server, everything is proper and normal. So I know that the value is being set to 0. It's just for some reason, it's not syncing that value on multiplayer. But I don't know why. Map position. Why would it do that? The only weird thing I can think of is for some reason door.scene does not sync map position when it's set to 0. And it would not make any sense. But maybe. If I set these to always, that should force it to update and sync regardless of like its state. So we can try that. Because I know that it's being set to 0. Let's try it out. Oops. No, it still doesn't work. So weird, though. Why? What about room 0 is stopping it from syncing its position vector, right? Is there any, like, errors being thrown in here? It's like, hey, you can't do that or something. No. Way to make it not typed. Unfortunately, there is not. I wish I could have it as null by default, but you have to type it. And for some reason, if you don't specify the default value, it just starts as vector 0. So it's quite puzzling. I don't know what's going on. And I don't know why it's not syncing, because I have it set on the door here to always synchronize connection cord map position. So it should like totally work, but it just doesn't want to. I mean, I can print in here, like if .0, go ahead and print map position. So that should be printing up a storm. And we can also check if not is server. I can't type. Just to make sure this is actually working. That's not a thing apparently. We'll see if multiplayer.is server. Let's see if it's still printing with that. Okay, so there are doors that have their position set to 0. So it should be working, right? I think it's just because of where this code is placed, honestly. And like down here, it's because we're not setting our parent room. I don't know why we're doing it down there. Like, we just want to check it here. We set it there. Now I think we should try that. So what that's going to do is, if we don't have connection and those are not null, it's just immediately going to say parent map position is position. That should be fine. And down here, this is where we add it, only if like all the info about it is valid. Let's try this now. I think this might be the problem, and that's why. So I think it probably was working with vector2.infinite, and I might change it back to that because it seems to be a little more, its behavior is more like reliable, or what's the word? Predictable. Because it's just a number versus being a NaN number. NaN is kind of a weird thing. you don't really use Nan unless something goes wrong. So I kind of want to avoid using Nan, if possible. Let's see if this works. Come on. Yes! It works. So I think that's why room 0 wasn't happening. So the reason why, and this is what I think, is down in here, if you're at room 0, then let's see, connection. So that should be true. This will always be true. Same with this if connection cord is not map position. So this is just saying if we have that, if we have that. So we say that is get parent, but the problem is here, this room that we are never gets added, which means it doesn't ever set it down here. So this is, yeah, I think that's what's going on here. I know that's weird and hard to understand what I just said, but don't worry about it. It's just one of those things that it's a very weird, specific thing. So let's change all this away from this garbage now instead of Nan, because it's kind of bad. You really shouldn't use Nan. So yeah, we'll go back to Infinity. I don't think Infinity will cause any issues on different machines. I imagine Infinity, in Godot at least, is always treated the same way. But we'll see. So now we just say this, if it's not Infinity. Because it shouldn't ever naturally ever become Infinity, right? There's just no way that can happen. Now this is going to be... and connection cord. I think we should be good to go now. All right, let's go ahead and try this again. I also don't think we need this funny business now. I don't think... we don't really do any operations on these vectors, and I'm defining them in the code, so you don't really end up with any scenarios where you get like weird floating point issues. Floating point errors typically only result from operations. So like multiplying and adding and changing it. But since we're not changing it and just kind of treating it as a static value, it should be okay. So anyways, let's give this one last shot. The road here has been rough, but I think we might be gaming. Let's see. The room fades in. It's a little funny how you're able to see the pod before the room spawns, but it doesn't matter. Everything seems okay. The teleportation is good. And if I set this other player to God mode... yep, I don't see any other dungeon rooms. Except the start room down there, but that's normal. That one's good. There's evil bad guys in here. Go ahead and try to die if I can. Oh, yeah, we're good. So I respawn, should have cleared out the dungeon. Yeah, destroyed the dungeon. Okay, guys. I think it's working. I think we've cracked the code. It's been an absolute nightmare, but it's okay. I've finally done it. Make sure I got rid of all of these extra print statements and stuff. Like TP position, we can also set to... I mean, that doesn't matter. That can just be 0. Okay, getting rid of all the print statements. This stuff should all be good to go still. All right, there's still some more changes I want to make to doors, but we're not going to do that today. What they are going to be is... I want to make it so that the player doesn't spawn so far away from the door entrance. You're going to spawn, like, in the door. The reason I always spawn them away from the door before is just so you can immediately go back down through the door if you want to leave the room. But I think there's better ways that I can, like, check for that kind of thing these days, you know? It used to be stupid just because I was dumb and didn't really understand things about Godot, but I have since evolved. I know more things, and I think it's kind of a relic of an older time that I can now fix. So yeah, we're gonna do that. Also, yeah, I said at the very beginning of the stream I was going to go back and tell you guys what these colors are. These are new minimap colors. What do you guys think about these? I specifically chose these ones because they should be colorblind friendly. Yeah, I could swap some of these out to the actual palette colors. I know, Zafencer, you were saying they feel like candy. I have colors in here in the color palette that are, I think, almost similar enough to just be direct swaps. Like these ones and stuff. These don't work. It's way too close over here, I think. Stand out too much. Yeah, I think what would fix that is just keeping them in line with the color palette we have. What colors? These are the colors. These are going to be for minimap stuff. I think we could do this where we swap out the orange color here with the default color palette. Same with the yellow and even this dark color over here. I think that could probably work. All right, colorblind, very distinguishable. Good. Yeah, I've done a lot of research on these colors, specifically trying to pick a palette that would be very readable for everybody, regardless of the type of color blindness. One of the big things here is the contrast between these colors. I don't have any colors here that could be confused and have the same contrast, right? And that's what makes these colors kind of work, I think. So yeah, I think these will work out. Actually, it's missing one color in here. Yeah, here's the actual, I forgot about this color here. Now I'm considering maybe swapping that color out to a red color like that, just so it fits in with the palette. Because this is quite a saturated color. I don't know how this would look though. I could do this. Then replace this one with the orange. Yeah, if that's in the palette, that orange, I think it's a little easier to read. A little more readable. How's this? These are colors from the color palette. So they should be a little less distracting since they're already colors you see anyways in-game. I think it should basically be the same thing. They're almost all the same colors, just kind of the saturation is a little bit different, and maybe slight differences in brightness. But I think it should be fine. The only one I wouldn't be sure about is like maybe this one up here with this color. I don't know if people confuse blue and like red tones. I'm not sure. I don't think you would. Yeah, because what I did is I ran this through like some color blindness filters just to make sure it's all visible, and it seemed to be fine. So I think it'll probably be all right. I think later down the line, what we do is we have these as just the default colors because we've like worked on them and they should be good for most people, but also have the ability for people to change their preferred minimap colors. It could be kind of nice because then it's like, I don't know, if you're not colorblind and want different colors, then it's doable, right? You can just go in and choose the colors you want. Godot has a very convenient control node for that called the color picker node. So it should be very easy for us to do that, I think. Yeah, I'm considering that for sure. I think we might end up doing that. We'll see. Yeah, I think this is good for now, though. Hopefully these color palette colors should be a little less punchy. Yeah. Should just fit in with base game a little bit better. So I'll probably swap those colors out. And I'll work on that. Anyways. We got 3 minutes left. Let's go ahead and do this last emote. Pause Champ Gearbert. Okay. What we're gonna do for that is actually get the last emote we did for Gearbert. I think I might have closed it, but I think I saved it as a Krita file. If not, that's okay. Whatever. We'll just open this one back up and count the pixels. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's 20 pixels wide. So resize to 20 by 20. Oops, that's the canvas size. There we go. So now we're gonna make him Oz Champ. Let's look at our Pods Champ reference. Okay. I don't know how we're gonna make a robot look like that, but we will try. I think a big thing is just the eyes being shifted over to the side like this. And the eyebrows are kind of up. And just flat mouth. It's hard though, because you gotta get the right vibe. I think it's like the eyebrows help. So bad. And then we'd like add some depth to Gearbert here, so I think what I'm gonna do is shift over his entire body like that. Actually move that arm up like that so that we can see the side of it. So it's like we're kind of looking at him at the side. Same with back here. We're gonna do I guess that'll be like weird in-between color. Something kind of like that. Let's see, I think we'll do that. See, if he's facing on the side, I guess he would have less meat right there. It'd be like that. Another something. Also, his propeller is moved, so we need to move that over there. Go like that. How does lighting work? I think it'd be like that. Yeah. Now, let's see. I don't think this has the right vibe, though. Maybe the mouth being closer to his eyes, kind of. I feel like that's better. Almost feel like his eyes need to be more open or something. And really, Pause Champ is looking to the right, not the bottom left. It's hard. Maybe just do like that. But he looks too relaxed. I think it has to be open. It's almost like something is that it's like the lips kind of extend past the... Like I almost feel like it needs to be like that. It's almost like, almost in a way, like a slight smile. This might be the only way. I don't know. It's hard. Also, I think he doesn't have his shine. I think that's part of the problem here. We should have like his screen shine, yeah. I don't think it's that bright. This will probably be okay. I think it's as close as we're gonna get for a robot. Hey, Velcro Beans, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Hello, hello. What are we up to today on your stream? What's going on? We're just working on emotes right now. This is a request, so I have to do it. So let's see, this would be more like... It's tricky. I think this will work. Beans, yeah. Crazy. Yeah, what's going on? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. We were working on Starground today. I'll show you guys what Starground is. Starground is our game. It's a little bit of a combination between automation and dungeon crawling. So, why is the player animating so fast? That's still a bug I need to figure out. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, this is the game. You can collect resources. I'm in creative mode, so it's not dropping any items, but you mine stuff. You build a factory with conveyor belts and all that stuff. Like this, you know, you put this down, and let's say we have some coal or something. give ourselves stone. And yeah, this is what the automation stuff is about. Yeah, factory builder. So yeah, that's like 1/2 of the game. Here, I have like a more cool save to show off. Let's go load up this one. And yeah, the other half is dungeon crawling. So you build stuff, make weapons in the automation area, and then you can dive down into the dungeons and fight enemies. So yeah, this is a more complete factory. Yeah. We're just working on, there's this, I'll show you, when we go into the dungeon, you see this like fade in. There's like masks over these dungeon rooms now, so if you are in a dungeon, you don't see other dungeon rooms that are positioned around this dungeon now. It's a pretty minor thing, but it is important, so. Anyways, now we can go through and, you know, here we are in a new dungeon room. It's hard to know what I did here without the context of what it used to be. But it is better, I promise you guys. Yeah. It's working pretty well now, so it's cool. Yes, it is co-op. It's multiplayer. I think you guys probably saw that other guy over here. Yeah, it's got Steam support, so you can just, you know, invite your friends, shift tab, open up your friend menu, and invite somebody. Pretty nice. Yeah, the game is out in early access right now on Steam. We're just working on updates right now. This is going to be version 0.15. So yeah. Just kind of grinding out updates, getting ready for the 1.0 launch at some point. So yeah. We'll launch at some point. Sorry. I opened up Twitch and then I played my stream by accident. Yeah, we've been working on this for a little while. It's been since... So Beanie Beans, thank you for the follow. It's been over a year on Steam now. I'd say about 2 years of total development time. I started working on it back in... Thank you, Velcro Beans, for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I started working on it back in December of 2023. So it's been about 2 years. Yeah, it's been going good. Yeah, I mean it's gone pretty quick. I got like the first alpha version of like a public playtest out and released in 4 months, and then the game was launched in early access on Steam in 8 months. So I pretty much hit all the time targets I wanted to hit. So yeah, I think everything's gone pretty well. So one of my goals with this game always was like, I want development cycle to be fast. I don't want to spend 2 years. I mean, it's been 2 years now, but I didn't want to spend 2 years working on it without launching. The reason that I've been spending more time on it is because it's done well on Steam, so it's making money, and it affords me the ability to continue updating it, right? But we're getting closer. I'm starting to think of other game ideas and stuff in the background, so yeah. How much time a week you're dedicating to game dev? It varies. It's nice because I work for myself, so you know I can just choose whenever I want to work on it. But I'd say at a bare minimum each week, it's 4 hours on stream days, which is Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So let's calculate this all up. I probably on any given day am spending about maybe 8 hours of development time on specifically just Starground. I'm spending time on other stuff now too. So I'd say probably around 56-ish hours a week. I think would be a pretty fair estimate. Yeah. So yeah, I spent quite a bit of time on it. Not as much time as I think I used to. I've got some other projects kind of being developed in the background and stuff now, but yeah, I still put in my time though, that's for sure. So I think it's fine. Anyways, unfortunately, we're gonna be ending stream here. I've got to go eat dinner. Show's polished, working well. Can tell this has come a long ways. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been It's been a long road. A lot of a lot of work put into it, but I'm happy with, you know, how it's shaped up. There's still definitely some things I want to do, but that's why we're in early access, right? There's still more time to change the game. Yeah, anyways, that's going to be it for today, guys. Thank you for coming in. We're going to go raid Scary Pastry. Yeah, feel free to buy the game on Starground. It's on sale right now for the autumn sale on Steam. Feel free to join the Discord server. We'll be live again on Friday around 3:30 MDT. And yeah, thank you gamers for coming in. I appreciate it. And thank you again, Velcro Beans, for the raid. I do appreciate it. So yeah, goodbye everybody. We're gonna go raid out. Bye-bye.